Welcome to the Eastland Match of the Round out at H.E Parker Reserve. It's round number 9 and we're here for a top 4 Division 2 clash between the Heathmont Jets and the Templestowe Dockers. Thanks to all of our Eastern 98.1 FM listeners and to everyone else tuning in on YouTube or Facebook this afternoon. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager for the Eastern Football Netball League. Joined this afternoon for the pre-game show by Wayne Brasher and Jared Beanland. Wayne, I'll start with you first. Had a few weeks off and back in for what should be a fantastic contest. Two sides who are pretty evenly matched looking on the team list today. So it should be a pretty entertaining contest.
Yes, and thank you, Ryan. It's a pleasure to be back again, and what a game to actually come back to. Because you're right, both these sides are very, very evenly matched. And when I was sitting down, and I've had a bit of a chance now in the last month or so to put some figures and computations together, when I got to this game, it basically truly is a 50-50 contest based on what's happened so far for both of these sides this season.
Certainly right. It's been a fantastic year for both of them, sitting in the top 4. Heathmont just losing the one game, 7-1, and their one loss to Baroni was by 5 points, and then Templestowe 6-2 and 2 close losses as well, Jared. So we really got, and we don't like to go too early because as soon as we do that, then it'll be a blowout for one side, but it should be a really close contest.
Yeah, g'day Ryan, g'day Brash, and g'day to all the listeners out there. I'm really looking forward to this match between Heathmont and Templestowe. I reckon it should be a close one. I think you're right. Just looking at the form lines of both teams, the only losses that they've had, they've still been impressive in, and I reckon whoever loses today will probably still impress us.
Yeah, certainly right. And we do have both coaches who will be coming on this afternoon to have a bit of a chat. Anthony McGregor from the Templestowe Football Club just shortly. But before we get into that, we'll have a look at some of the other games around the grounds. We'll start with Premier Division, Brash, because we were talking off air about a few interesting things with some of the sides. Let's start with this Park Orchards versus Noble Park game out at Domini Reserve. Interesting contest. Park Orchards are yet to win, 0-7, but I feel like they're still a bit of a better side than an 0-7 form line. They've had a couple close games, even last week against Baldwin, who the Tigers are very accurate and probably just got over the line by about 20 to 30 points in the end. And for Noble Park, they've dropped now, I think, 3 out of the last 4, Brash, and it's a little bit concerning, and this is a real danger game. They've got to be careful here because they lose this, they're in potentially a bit of trouble.
Yes, they are. And look, there's a couple of sides that are right on the cusp. This is probably for 3 or 4 sides from last year that played finals. Crunch time comes this next month. Is crunch for one of them, and one side is Noble Park. They've lost 3 games already at home, and they've played 4. Now, their away form has been impeccable, 3 from 3. Good percentage. That sets him in good stead this afternoon. However, Park Orchards in recent times, their form has been on an upward trajectory, going down, in smallish 5 goal to 15 points, 22 points to some of the more well-credentialed sides. Now, I compare Park Orchards' performances to currently where Doncaster sit, and Park Orchards next month could be their best chance of getting themselves back into the season. If they happen to win today, they've got Berwick, Doncaster and
South
Croydon in the next 3 weeks to finish off the initial round where everyone plays each other once. Possibility for them, if they get a win here, give them an enormous amount of courage because they're going to at least play 2 more. They could be winning another 2 to 3 games. That takes them out of the relegation zone and basically could set up the back half of the season because they'll get a better draw because they'll probably play some of those sides again in the last 6 games. So that brings them right into the contest. This is probably a season defining. This is today, for the way I've looked at Premier Division, this is the season defining game for both these clubs.
It certainly is. And Jared, to touch on that with Noble Park, obviously they haven't had the best of luck coming into the season, losing Cole Martin before round 1, losing McDonald as well, their prize recruit. So it hasn't been the way they probably wanted to start their season. But as Brash said, they've been incredible on the road. It's just that those few games at home where they've had a couple of close losses. The Norwood one was by a point, which could have gone either way. But at the end of the day, they still they're still losses, and they're sitting outside the top 6 in what is a really tight division. And speaking to Brash off air just before, it's going to be hard to string together 3, 4, maybe 5 wins in a row in the back half of the year. You've got to be able to pinch them early now, because you can't rely on winning every week.
Yeah, I would have to agree with Brash here in terms of this being such a crunch time game for Noble Park. And I think the point that I made on the podcast yesterday was the issue is, it looks like the issue tends to be scoring. Leading goal kicker for them is Nathan Noblet with 10 goals. As I said on the podcast yesterday, he kicked 5 of those goals in one game. So it's really difficult to see where, the teeth of Noble Park are going to come from. And, to play Park Orchards now, I think, is probably a good time for them, because they can test something, throw some magnets around, figure out, and obviously they don't want to take the Sharks lightly, but they can at least try and figure something out for the rest of the season in a game that is against a team that has also had trouble scoring as well.
Well, Jared, look, I got the Oracle selections, which go into goes into Ryan during the week. It's got actually Park Orchards 58, Noble Park 80,
okay.
And I think really on the overall balance of things, that's probably about where that result could possibly end.
Yeah, I certainly think so. We'll get back to this
yes, we will.
shortly, because we've got Anthony McGregor here, the senior coach of the Templestowe Football Club. Thanks for joining us on pre-game. It's been a really good start to the season. Now 2 games clear, sitting in 4th position at the moment, approaching that halfway mark. How have you seen probably the first 8 weeks, and how do you feel about your form at the moment?
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to speak. Yeah, it's been great. The first 8 weeks have been great. They've been fantastic. We've developed some systems over the last, I suppose, 8 weeks in the way we want to play footy, and we've been able to execute those styles in most of our games. From where we've come from I suppose round 1 2022 to round 9 23, we've come a long way. But I just think the most of that is put down to belief and some solid structures and team environment. As you can see in the early game, they train with us, they compete against us on match sim, and they're executing the same style of footy that we like to play. So it's a great holistic approach.
Absolutely. And also, we talked a lot in the pre-season about the influence of having Bo Mitchener in there to work with what's a really strong midfield group. And then also just last week, an exciting pickup when Dean LeBac come into the side.
Absolutely.
I think he kicked 7 goals, and I think scored off every possession, and one of his behinds was almost just about goal of the year if it went through. Do we expect sort of a similar performance from today, and what's he been like at the club?
Look, we'll take it. We'll take 9 shots on goal for 7-2, or 2 hit the post. So, look, again, Dean's very new to our side. Obviously we had Cameron, who was a very different type of forward, more of a stay-at-home forward, where Dean's more of a lead-up style forward. So we've actually had to change the way we go about utilising our midfielders and our wingers to probably execute it to Dean differently to what we executed to Cameron. So it's a little bit of a work in progress, and obviously this is the 2nd week we've had Dean, but he's been amazing, and his approach is second to none. And combine that with having Cameron around the club as well to be able to, I suppose, reiterate what we're trying to do. It's fantastic. Fantastic to have at your disposal. Yeah,
really. Just get that mic up a bit before near your mouth there.
Have you got me?
Yeah, that's better.
Perfect.
All right, sorry about that.
That's all right. Now, Anthony, I've been doing a little bit of research while I've been away, and I've got what I call the away ladder for the season.
Okay.
Now, so far, Templestowe have played 5 away games, 4 wins, 1 loss.
Correct.
Which, for me, is a great lead up to the second half of the season, because that means you're going to have a lot of these sides that you beat on the road coming back at you on your terms at your ground on the way back. They must give the playing group a lot of confidence heading into the second half of the season, knowing that you've banked up some wins on the road, and now you've got a chance to ram that advantage home in the second half of the season.
Oh, absolutely. When we were faced with, as you know, Basin had Swanee play, and they asked to swap our home game to their home game, in which we were more than obliging to. But banking those wins has given us a little bit of a buffer, and to not have to travel, even though it's not that far, but to play on your home deck potentially 3 weeks in a row in the second half of the year, especially in the depths of winter, I think I'd rather be playing at Tempe's ground than some other grounds in the east.
Well, also too, what also has helped is the fact that probably only up until probably the last couple of weeks, where the grounds have been in pretty fair nick in most areas of Melbourne.
Yeah.
It's just been the rain that in the last couple of weeks that have softened the grounds up, and with lots of play on them, it sort of churns up the ground. And the thing is, you've probably been able to pick up some vital percentage that you may not get back on the way.
That's obviously another plus as well.
Yeah.
And obviously banking 4 points and a little bit of percentage is, puts us in great stead. It gives us an opportunity to be able to, I suppose, knuckle down at training and on games to sort of fine-tune the way we want to play. Wins are super important, don't get me wrong, but we're still a fairly new team in the scheme of things, and we're coming up against some teams that have played a lot together. You know, your Ringwoods and Baronias and Waverley Blues and Burwoods, they've been around together for a fair while. And we're relatively new, so it gives us an opportunity to see who's who in our own side, and what we're capable of and who's capable and where. So it does give us an opportunity to work around it a little bit.
So that asks the question, sort of like, what games did you learn the most from throughout this season? Would it have been the couple of losses that you've had, or perhaps some games where things were working really well?
Oh, look, I think round one, I think, gave us the most learning. They were very, very well drilled, well structured, and very good inside team, where we have some really brutal inside midfield players, but that was the first time they played together. We worked out quite early on what we needed to improve on and who could actually go where. So that was great. But also the game against East Burwood I found to be our greatest learning game. It was a great game, very highly skilled on a good deck, but we just seemed to probably play the way that we wanted to play for longer. We sort of put together a 4-quarter game. So that was very pleasing. So, look, we're always learning. You know, we only get the players twice a week, Tuesday, Thursdays. We don't get them long enough to be able to drill down, you know, on a third or a fourth night. So we try and make the most of our 2 hours twice a week. So not all of it's based around fitness and, you know, bash and crash. A lot of it's theory-based, and that's what we're working on a bit. Because we've got a lot of experienced players. We've just got to take that experience and give it to our younger players in a theory base. So that's what we're working on a lot.
That makes sense. And so what sort of changes have those learnings induced, essentially?
I think the belief in our younger fellas playing in the early game. We've got a huge amount of pressure coming from underneath us. Like, there's probably 10 players that played in that first half that could quite easily slot into our senior side, just because we've been able to drill in the way we want to play in both games. So if somebody gets injured, there's somebody to replace it. And the pressure's on the senior side. So the pressure to perform, as well as pressure to keep training, putting the hours in, doing your recoveries, all the things that you want from a good side, we're able to do because the twos are on top, they're playing good footy, and they're always pressing for a senior game. So it's good scenario.
And just on, you know, and I mentioned it just before with Mitchener coming to the club, and your midfield was always strong. It was really strong last year, and now you've got one of the best ruckmen in the division to be able in that sort of first use of the football. Is that sort of probably maybe the key area today against a Heathmont side who also do have a lot of talent in that area? Is that, you know, sort of the point, if you can get up there and use the ball well going forward, that's maybe where you can sort of outscore them in?
Definitely. Well, we've done a lot of work on Heathmont over the last couple of weeks, knowing that obviously they're up and about. They're the number one ranked competitive inside ball gets team for the years. They're number one in 4 of the key areas. So, and most of those key areas are inside 50-metre pressure zones, inside contested possession around the ball up, and obviously they're number one contested for uncontested marks, which tells us they're a running side. They don't want to have to go long and direct. So we're just going to put pressure on their small hit-ups. And look, we're always learning, and with the beauty of the Eastern Footy League videoing every game, we're able to watch every game. It's brilliant, fantastic. So if you're not utilising that system, yeah.
Do so at your peril.
Correct.
Helps us out too.
Well, it
100%.
does. I mean, look, for analysis, it's fantastic, really, when you think about it. And your own journey. How have you found taking over at Templestowe this year?
I took over last year.
Oh, the year before, sorry.
So, Templestowe are a brilliant club. So, Russell Smith, the president of Tempe, goes, we worry about this side of the fence.
You worried about that?
And it doesn't cross over.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's probably the best way to be. You know, a lot of clubs have a lot of crossover, and there's a lot of people saying,
yeah, this and that and everything else
and whatever. But he has total faith in me looking after the football department, and I have total faith in them guys running the football club. And you know, it's a match made in heaven, really. And as long as we're doing everything that we can in a positive manner, there's no reason why it should go pear-shaped.
All things being equal, Anthony, with the side that you got coming out today, how much more is there? How much more have you got in your kit bag that can actually add to that to the existing squad, sitting 6-2?
Yep.
And the fact that it seems like to me that Templestowe will have really the ratio of experience to young is starting to really even out where it's been pretty skewed in recent years.
Yep.
I'm starting to see a lot more consistency in the performance over the last 18 months. Is that sort of where you are wanting to take the club?
Well, consistency is the key to everything. And not only consistency in player performance and game day performance, but also from myself and my coaching group. You know, having the same message, not conflicting messages or line coaches that have a different view. We're a holistic club and we're coaching in one direction. So we've got growth. We've got a huge amount of growth because the learning power and the belief, combine that with youth, who knows where it can take it. So, you know, we ramp up positivity, belief and structures. And at the end of the day, if they're willing to buy into that, we'll keep getting better, I think.
Anthony, we really appreciate your time this morning or this
Pleasure.
afternoon. First time I think we've seen the club since 2019 for a match of the round, so very much looking forward to seeing how the guys are going and flying at the moment.
I appreciate your time. I think you're going to be in for a great game.
Absolutely.
All right,
Thank
take
you
care,
again.
guys.
That's the
Thanks,
senior
Anthony.
coach there,
Thanks,
the Templestowe Football Club, who's done a fantastic job since taking over at the start of last year, and
He has.
really looking forward to seeing how they go this afternoon, Brash.
Yeah, look, I think it's going to be. I think the last time I saw Templestowe was in one of their grand final losses, one of their many grand final losses. They've been a bit of a bridesmaid, and yet they still keep coming.
Yeah.
And that's an important thing to have in your football club. You keep buttering up after disappointment. Sure, you're not going to have every season's going to be picture perfect where you're going to make it to a grand final. But if you can play finals every year, that just builds up the belief and it builds up the camaraderie and the fact that it builds culture. And they're the three pillars.
Yeah, and I think with looking at their top end of the talent, their top probably 4 or 5 players are as good as anyone else's top 4 or 5.
Yep.
You know, Mitchener, Fogarty, Batsanis, Giovanni.
We're talking
strong.
Yep.
We're talking blokes that have played Premier and
Yeah.
First Division football, like
Yep.
playing in Second Division, mixed with some of the experienced Templestowe players that have been there. You know, JP Malitsis and Alex Brown, Nagel. They've all been in that system, that Templestowe system, for many years. Now they're getting better footballers around them. They're becoming better footballers.
I think one of the criticisms that we had of Templestowe last year was that their top 6 and bottom 6 of players, there was just too much of a gap between them, and you would see the same players on the best list and kicking the goals like week after week, and I think that's starting to change now, and it speaks really well to the club culture right now.
I think a lot of it comes down to, Jared, is the fact that that's where your depth comes into it, because normally when your development reserve squad is very high, and they're sitting, in the top 4 positions in the reserve grade, that means you've got some depth there where those players in that grade are going to be putting pressure on those existing 22 for a spot every week. You can't build that pressure on if you don't have that backup or a strong reserve grade side, because it sort of leads to complacency.
Yep.
And that's as soon as complacency sets in, that's when your consistency gets hurt.
Yeah, definitely right. And we do have the Heathmont coach, Scott Hamill, coming up shortly.
Very
but,
good.
Before we get to him, we'll continue back to our discussion on Premier Division.
Yep.
We talked about Park Orchards,
Yep.
Noble Park. I think Doncaster East play Vermont. I think this is pretty straightforward. I think the Eagles, with the form they're in, they'll get the job done there. I don't think anyone would disagree on the panel here.
It's tricky for Doncaster East because this is a game that they would have expected to do well and win, I suppose, from the start of the season. But
actually,
you'd hope that they would need to compete,
This is probably the South Croydon Doncaster East game is probably the second most important game in Premier, because there's a lot of permutations riding on it for both clubs. Doncaster East, great start to the season, but have just dropped off into intensity, and I sort of agree with what Matty Lee was saying, that they might have gone back into their shell. South Croydon, it's a must-win game. They've got a lot of injuries, and they're going to have to try and find a way, Ryan, to win.
It's a good point. And having a look at the ladder at the moment, they sit 9th with just the 2 wins, and sitting in 8th, Norwood have 4.
That's the problem. That's what's confronting them.
And speaking to percentage as well, Norwood have an 11% gap on South Croydon. So
it's becoming more of a
You've got to do the work now, because the next month could see their season slip away completely, Brush.
We're going to know by the end of round 11, because that's when every side has played each other once, and that's why I'm saying before, Park Orchards are going to get a window of opportunity to win some games, and if they can pinch one today against Noble Park, which we've discussed, that could set their season alight. The Oracle has got South Croydon 67, Doncaster East 65, Ryan.
So he's big South Croydon.
Yeah, he's got...
Or her, we don't know.
Yeah. We've got... I'll just go through them at the moment as these are going through. In Premier Division, the Oracle is striking at 60%, 30 matches, 18 wins, 12 losses for the season.
Yeah.
So he's got Baldwin 91, Berwick 48, South Croydon 67, Doncaster East 65, Park Orchards 58, Noble Park 80, East Ringwood 68, Blackburn 100, and in my own personal opinion, I reckon Blackburn are a massive chance this afternoon, because I reckon these conditions are going to suit them right down to the ground. We've got Doncaster and Vermont there by 40 odd points, but the game, I think, the season, the way it's panned out beautifully, it's actually panned out magnificently for Roval so far. Slow start to the season. Sides have been winning and losing around them. They're just starting to find their own mojo. And the fact is that they're sitting right on the cusp of taking their season to the next level, but it hasn't hurt them in the first 7 rounds.
No, it hasn't. And Jared, the other thing, Ray was down there at the Roval Doncaster East game and spoke to Ben Wise, and a few changes with their forward line structure that just wasn't working in the opening few weeks. A really great player like Mav Taylor has gone back to the twos to find some form. So it just shows you sort of maybe the depth that they do have and the willingness to be able to try something new. And it's worked out well in the last couple of weeks. And up against Norwood, this is a fantastic contest, because Norwood are in some good form as well, and knocking off East Ringwood last week. They'll have no fear going to Seabeck. It will be certainly, I think the Hawks will go in as favourites, but they'll certainly be a hard side to beat, Norwood.
Well, I ended up picking Norwood on the podcast yesterday, and I think that's... I think it just speaks to how well Norwood have settled into the season and how well coached they are by Marty Paska.
We've got Roval 91, Norwood 64. So, look, it's a 50-50 game. Yeah,
absolutely. Certainly interesting to see how that one plays out this afternoon. But joining us here from the Heathmont Football Club, Scott Hamill here, senior coach. Thanks for joining us on the pre-game show. Another big game this weekend, playing the Dockers for the first time this season, another top 4 side.
Yeah, it's in context of where we're at and where they're at, it's going to be a massive game. And as you said to the guys downstairs, these are the games you want to play in.
Absolutely, and it's pretty much, coming up to the halfway point of the season, and you certainly proved probably us and on the panel here wrong this season. 7-1, been really strong. Still got a lot of players to come into the side in the second half of the year. How impressed have you been just with the way the group has gone about it, with still players to come in?
Yeah, look, it's I'd probably sit back at the start of the year and say, we're going to be at the stage we're in now, 7-1. It's probably, as probably you guys didn't believe it either, but we sort of had that real belief inside the club that if we can get things right, play our way, our brand of footy, that we could be in this position. We've got 6 guys still to come back, senior players who will come back, break into the side. They'll start coming back from after the break. So, it's going to be tough for spots coming up, and that's a great position to be in.
And one thing, obviously, everyone sort of had a look at is the number 1 defensive side in the division, and you don't give away a lot. Is that something you focused on in the pre-season of building this side on, or is it sort of just with the group you've got, they've a real strong defensive side?
It's probably a bit of both. We do have a strong defensive back 6. Unfortunately, today our full-back and centre-half back are out, so it's a little bit of a hole to fill. But we've got so many guys we can rotate through there, and we look to attack from our defence as well. So, we set up back, we're structured up well back there. So, yeah, that's probably the reason why as well.
Scott, your away record is equally as impressive as what Templestowe is. Great start to the season to be able to bank those away wins, especially when you consider that you've beaten Waverley Blues and Mulgrave away from home, which gives you confidence that you can beat them here on the way in. It's probably those 2 games. There's only been 4 points and 2 points in those games, but it's probably really given you a really good run and lead into a game of this nature.
100%. Those are both games we've come from behind in the dying stage of the game, and that's something you can't train for. No. You can't teach a training. The mental and the belief that we have out of those those wins is something you just can't prepare for. So that I agree with you. That holds us in really good stead. And
I think one of the other important things too, Scott, that I've noticed with Heathmont, I went back over some previous records in previous years, and the fact that at the moment Heathmont are contributing 61% of the total score of the match in their matches every week. That basically is mainly the reason why you're sitting 7-1. When you're kicking 60% of the total points on a weekly basis against your opposition, you're going to win most games.
Yeah, exactly. I heard an interesting stat. I think I spoke about last night how we don't kick big scores, but you actually have a look at the context and the way we play and the way we defend. We actually don't need to kick big scores. Are we capable of kicking big scores? Absolutely. We've still got Ahan's only a couple of weeks back. We've got Finn Brown comes back after the bye. So we've still got our forward structure isn't right yet, but we're doing enough up forward with ball in hand.
Yeah, you just mentioned your forward structure there. I had a question about that, Scott. So Finn Brown, Cam Osborne, James Rippingdale, those are the 3 leading goal kickers of last season for Heathmont. How challenging has it been to restructure that forward line without them there? Or has it been the case of players coming back who weren't available last season?
Just players coming back, really, who weren't available last year. And, there's probably myself, I've come in with sort of some fresh eyes as well, and their main small forward from last year, Harry Eckert, actually plays in the back pocket this year. So for me, I've sort of come in with a fresh set of eyes and probably just opened up and played players in positions they're probably not used to playing, and they're excelling in their roles, which is testament to them.
And that leads on to my other question, because we spoke at the start of the year about how you came into the club and what the strengths and weaknesses of the Jets were, and I'm wondering sort of like what has surprised you about the Jets throughout these first few months, and what hasn't. What has been something that you honed in on and said we need to maximise this strength?
I guess the surprise, seeing them the last 2 years, previous years while I was at Knox, you sort of look at an opposition different to what you actually look internally when you're here. Probably the surprise packet is you probably have a look at the way they went last year. You'd sort of seen guys at times that maybe, you thought didn't have that real belief, but the belief's actually here. It's here. It's something where, they're good at. And on the other side, one thing, we've seen from the previous years and what we're really good at is we've got really good foot skills. So we're quick, we're young, we've got good foot skills, so we use that to our advantage as much as we can.
Scott, the other thing I wanted to ask you was the fact that like you said, you've got still half a dozen, A-grade players to come back into your side. Keep winning like this, they're not going to be able. They're not going to be automatic coming straight back into the ones. They're going to have to pay their dues, aren't they?
100%.
And which leads me to my second question, which you've said that you've given players new roles this year, and they seem to be thriving on something different and something new. Is that expectation going to be on these players coming back, that when they come back into this side, they may be playing a different role than what they think they're going to be playing?
Absolutely. They, just because you may have the name or, what you've done in previous years. This is my first year here. And there's guys, that I actually haven't, Finn Brown, I actually haven't seen him play a proper game of football yet because he's been out injured since February. Like, for example, Wade Van Leeuwen, he had to come back through the development side, and he's only just broken in last week, was his first game back, so he played a couple in the development side, and he's generally played down back, and he's playing on the wing at the moment.
And that's always been the Scott, but that's always been the cornerstone of Heathmont before you came here. When their reserve grade is running up and running, their senior side is also in that mix as well. So what you're saying is actually true. The fact that you've been able to come in with a fresh set of eyes and basically give some players new roles, new challenges, and challenge the actual establishment of the club from what it had. That gives the players a completely different mindset, and they can't afford to be blinkered anymore.
No, that's right. And I think you probably look at previous years, and it may be the case next year in pre-season. But I think when you play footy for a club for so long, you have a coach for so long, you probably get pigeonholed, and you're stuck in that spot. But one thing I made very clear when I come here is I'm coming here with fresh eyes. Just because you might be half back in the reserves doesn't mean I won't play in the midfield in the seniors. So something we've been really strong on with the culture and everyone having that belief and buy-in.
And we probably should just as well touch on Mullinger McHugh and his season that he's had with the club. And everyone we talk to, I get for sides that have played against you, always bring up Mullinger McHugh and his impact on the game. How great has he been to be able to coach?
Oh, he's fantastic. Great guy, great player. He's real professional the way he goes about it. Probably 2 weeks ago, I think it was, Tuesday night he could hardly walk. Thursday night he struggled to run around. Played him on Saturday. He didn't change out of the ruck, and he was best on ground by a mile. So he's one of those guys, he'll just will himself forward every chance he gets. You see from the first contest today, he looks spent. But you see him at the last contest and he's still the exact same way. So he just wills himself through, and he's a super player, Nath.
And just on you, of course, taking over the role this year, have you enjoyed it? 7-1, it's hard not to enjoy it when you're winning most weeks, but probably had a couple of close ones that have been a little bit stressful in those last quarters. But has it been an enjoyable experience coming up to the halfway point this season?
It has. It's probably one of the reasons I probably got back into coaching was just, sort of always enjoyed it, sort of missed it a little bit. And, it's really enjoyable here. I live in Heathmont, so nice local. And, it's really good. Really, thoroughly enjoyed it. But, we're only halfway. We've still got our challenges to come. And
but the season's gone so quick so far, Scott.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah.
It's going to be some headaches in a few weeks with selections. And
well, it's a good headache to have, mate.
Yeah, well, look, to be honest, you don't play finals without someone being the unlucky one, do you?
No. Yep. Yeah, exactly right. Scott, thanks for joining us this afternoon on the pre-game show. It's been fantastic to see how strong of a side it's been this season, and hopefully a good result here for you today.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. That is the senior coach there of the Heathmont Football Club, Scott Hamill, who's done a fantastic job stepping into the role this year, and looking forward to seeing how they go. Obviously, as we said, there's probably 6 or 7 players to come into this side in the back half of the year that are going to play a good role for the club. So it's a handy problem to have in the back end.
It is, and like he said, that those players that do come back aren't necessarily going to be playing in a position that they're familiar with, which is exactly what you want when you've got those players. You don't want them coming back in thinking, I'm coming back into the spot that such and such is having at the moment, because if that other player's going well, he ain't getting a look in at that particular position.
No, and especially not if you're 7-1 and possibly 8-1 if they get the job done today. But really looking forward to this contest. We've got a few more minutes here before we go to a break. Jumping just back into Premier Division, we've pretty much gone through all the other games. Baldwin, you would imagine, would beat Berwick. Although Berwick had a good win last week, the Tigers seem to be in pretty good form. Just your thoughts, Brash, on Baldwin since the Vermont win. They've been able to... the Vermont loss, apologies, been able to win a few in a row. I think next week we'll see them against Noble Park, which will be fascinating. They'll probably go in as favourites after the way both sides have been going. But I think when you get them at full strength, with especially Haley back in that side, which he is today, they're very hard to beat because they've just got so many options up forward and midfield that is running on top. Urban 49 touches on the weekend.
Look, Baldwin are doing everything that you want them to do at this time of the season. They're not peaking. They're doing enough. They're winning by their 5-6 goals. Players are running themselves into form, and this is just another opportunity for them to get games and experience into everyone else.
Absolutely. We'll jump into Division 1, have a look at some of these games around the ground. South Belgrave, play Croydon at Belgrave South Recreation Reserve. South Belgrave get Liam Kidd back in for the first time this year since, I believe, a broken leg last year.
Round 1 last year, I believe.
Tim Smith, Taylor Garner, you bring in the big guns, and unfortunately for Croydon, who are looking to build some momentum off their win against Montrose, Jared, it makes it very tough when you see those inclusions.
It's the worst time for Croydon to play South Belgrave right now.
Yeah, you're telling me.
It really is, because we've heard how they're expecting to lose some players perhaps due to travelling after the bye. You'd want to make use of those players as much as you possibly can, and to go up the mountain against South Belgrave, that's a really tricky time to put your strengths out on the park.
Always hard, Jarrett, when it's a Garner fest.
Yeah, I know.
All three Garners in.
That's what I'm saying. How could you, like you said, Croydon have toiled so hard for a win, and then all of a sudden they're coming up against probably the strongest side that South Belgrave have put on the park this year.
Yeah.
It's hard enough trying to stop one Garner. How do you stop the other one that can kick goals? And you got...
It's scary, genuinely scary.
It is, in the ruck.
Sides.
And the fact of the matter is South Belgrave have been the best team all year in that division, and to have their full strength side is just a
Oracle's
scary prospect.
got South Belgrave 102 and Croydon at 80. So
80 is a pretty good score for Croydon.
I think you take that result if you're a Croydon fan.
I don't know about the next result that the Oracle's predicted, because we're talking about Beaconsfield and Lilydale.
Well, that will be after the break, so we'll get to that straight away after the break. With our first break here at the Eastland Match of the round between Heathmont and Templestowe.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? Broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Templestowe, a fantastic contest between two top 4 sides. We've been just going through Premier Division and Division 1, and just before the break, Brash, we spoke about the Beaconsfield versus Lilydale game out at H.E Parker Reserve, and you've told us that the Oracle has an interesting result or thought on this game.
It has. I mean, look, and at the moment, the Oracle, 30 matches, 18 wins, 12 losses, so he's striking at 60% in Division 1.
Pretty good.
As he is in Premier Division. He's actually got Beaconsfield 42 and Lilydale away at 76. Now I'm trying to make a case myself to how he could come up with a figure that sees Lilydale winning by 34 points away. But I suppose when I go back over Beaconsfield's last couple of results in the scores, they've scored pretty low. And I think that's why their rating is so low. Yeah. Lilydale, in recent times, their form's been on a little bit of an uptick, and I think their form was probably their score this week was probably a little bit more inflated because of their really good performance against South Belgrave last week.
Yeah, and they were pretty competitive against the Saints, who are obviously undefeated. And Jared, it's an interesting one because on paper you would tip Beaconsfield, but they're last 2 weeks they've started to drop back a bit. They're hanging on to that 5th spot on the ladder. But I feel like Lilydale, that they're going to break through for a win eventually. That they've shown signs, except for the Moolbach game, that probably their last month of football has been pretty solid.
Yeah.
So eventually it will break through. So the Eagles have certainly got to be careful, although it is on their home deck.
Yeah, I still think because it is at Home Park, it might be a difficult place for Lilydale to play. I think it might be just unfamiliar territory for them.
I agree with you, Jared, because I listened to Clint Evans during the week when he talked about his side and being young, where they can match it for 3 quarters, and then they have that moment where the more experienced sides just gets on top of them and kicks 3-4 quick goals and puts the result. That's where I see Lilydale at the moment.
Yep.
They're a 3-quarter side. They're still young. They're still growing, and that's probably why they are where they are. In terms of, I can't. As a purist, I can't see actually Lilydale winning this game, even though maybe the figures might be a little bit, even though the figures are biased towards them. But I just think Beaconsfield, especially at Home Park, have just got that advantage.
Yeah, I think so at home. And then obviously Ocker's had a fantastic start to the year. Another 4 goals, I think, last week on top of the division.
As soon as Johnson went out of that side, their goal kicking sort of dropped off a bit because he kicked. I think it was 2 weeks in a row. He kicked 6 and 7.
Yeah, but
and then from when he went back,
and
when he went back to the VFA, well, I'll call it the VFA. Their scoring had dried up.
Yeah, and they're going to, you may be able to get away with that against Lilydale today, but certainly when you play the top sides in the divisions, you do need that scoring power to compete with. looking on to Mitcham taking on Bayswater at Walker Park. The Tigers, their biggest win of the season last week, I think, in terms of the margin, 50 points over Moolbark. And they started that game red hot, kicking the first 5 and never looked back. And then Bayswater have dropped off, maybe similar in the last couple of weeks. We saw how good their form was, a few weeks ago, and they pinched a couple of wins that we thought maybe they wouldn't get. And it'll be tough to see them beat Mitcham, who are almost back at full strength with Nick Callow back in the side brash and Jesse Wren there. So they've got a pretty strong midfield now. Cherry again best on last week.
They're still sitting second. Haven't had Preenty, hasn't played a game in anger. You add him to the side. That's going to be a pretty formidable side heading into a final series. And the Oracles actually got them Mitcham at 94 and Bayswater 50, and I think that's pretty much. I think that's a pretty fair result. 40-odd points for Mitcham.
Yeah, I think so, Jared. If you look at obviously on the ladder, they are a game ahead of third. Are they the certainly South Belgrave are the favourites at the moment? Are Mitcham that second contender? Are they their best chance?
I would say so, yeah, definitely, especially with the inconsistency of Montrose.
Yeah.
I think it would have been Mitcham and Montrose sort of like battling for that sort of secondary spot, that challenger spot, if you will, I suppose, to South Belgrave. But with that loss to Croydon last week for Montrose, it's
a bit of trust issues.
Yeah, trust issues, exactly. And I think it's... maybe if it wasn't a team like Montrose, who we've had seen inconsistency throughout like the past couple of years from them. Maybe if it wasn't them, we'd pass it off as sort of like, okay, it was just an off day or what have you. But given that it is Montrose, it's tricky to really trust when they start dropping a game against Croydon and. Because it makes you question what it's going to be like going forward.
Yeah, you're right. Because their best form is probably good enough to compete with anyone. It's just we don't always see that from a 4-quarter performance each week. And same with the Wanturna South game, where they were good in patches, but a lot of that second quarter they really switched off a bit and let out 5 goals. And I think they've certainly just got to find that consistency that they brought in the second half of the year last year when they came into the final series and played some really good footy, but still just want to see a little bit more for them. So they play Moolbark next week. We won't touch on that one, but that's a must-win game for both sides, really. If Moolbark want to play finals, they're going to have to pinch a couple of upsets. So
that's a fascinating game.
Certainly one to look at next week. The other game in Division 1 today, Wanturna South taking on North Ringwood. Brash, North Ringwood won 3 out of the last 4, and all of them have been by less than a kick. They take on the Devils, though, who are in great form themselves, at Walker Reserve. Would have thought it would have been a more interesting contest at Quamby with Paddy Rose back in the side too. They're a very low-scoring side, North Ringwood. I think they're going to struggle against Wanturna South. They have switched off on the road a couple of times this year, so... We're going to be looking at that score at quarter time and hoping for their sake that it's close.
Well, form is horrific for North Ringwood away from home, but absolutely fantastic for them at home. Yes, and they've managed all their wins at home.
Yeah.
And maybe one away, I should say. But look, they're actually, North Ringwood at the moment are the tipsters fly in the ointment because... some of the sides that they're coming up against, you think that side's going to beat them, and then they just happen to buzz, and they just happen to sneak up on you, and they pinch a win. Is it going to happen today? No, I think Wanturna South are playing a very good vein of football. 62-point victory for Wanturna South. The Oracles predicted. No, I don't think it'll be that much.
Yeah.
Let's go 30 points, I reckon, might be a fair assumption, Jared?
30 to 40 for mine. I think it's going to be very difficult for North Ringwood to keep pace with the scoring power that Wanturna South have. Fandrick, as we've seen, he's added himself to that class of like dangerous, small to mid forwards who can get on the board with a bag of goals. Liam Hewitt's one of them. Jamie Crickus, Kai Barlow, those sorts of players that can score quickly. And that's not even to mention Lincoln Wong.
He's had a good season.
He's had a great season.
And Lincoln and Kai Barlow have had really good seasons. The last game, Montrose would be a source of frustration for Gary Ayres at the moment because they tease and they tantalise you, and they think that they're just about ready to take the next step, and then it's another couple of steps backwards.
Yeah.
And today is one of those games. And
they play next week, so they got this week.
Yeah, okay. Well, we won't talk about that next. I've gone a week early.
There'll be a big talking point this week.
All right,
with how they go
we'll
next
leave that one alone. Let's go to Division.
Let's
back on script.
Jump into Div 2. East Burwood, Upper Frenchy Gully. Don't have to discuss that one too
Not
much.
really.
The Rams will win at home, you would imagine. I'm happy to wear that if I'm wrong. Knox versus the Basin. Knox, it's a chance to be really competitive here, but I think the Bears have shown that they're a pretty good side. They're a pretty competitive side. Pushed Waverley for 3/4 last week. The Bears, for me.
Someone was I was listening to the broadcast yesterday, the preview, and someone was trying to paint a convincing argument that Knox was going to beat the Basin. I'm thinking, you fair income? I said, nah, the Basin for mine. I think the Basin will win this by about 50 points.
Yeah, the Basin have proven themselves to be really good in terms of, I think as I said on the podcast, they've coalesced this younger group into a team that actually has cohesion and can take it up to sides, at least remain competitive, for a few quarters with sides that we would have picked as leagues ahead of such a young side, essentially.
You know what? The sort of the way I look at the Bears here, in the second half of the season, they're not going to play finals, but they could be one of those danger sides where they may have an influence on who makes the top 5, because they can easily knock off a Ringwood or a Mulgrave. You can certainly see that.
It's kind of like a Mulgrave last year, perhaps. Yep. They had the reputation of being giant killers, when they came up against
The Basin don't win out of turn, though.
Yeah, I've heard that phrase before, I think.
They don't win out of turn. Mulgrave are a different kettle of fish. We'll get to them.
Let's jump into Mulgrave, because they take on Boronia at Tormore Reserve. The Hawks will go in as favourites in this game, coming off a big win against Upper Frenchy Gully, just the one loss of the season. Mulgrave very competitive last week against Heathmont, only going down by a few points. They've had a couple of changes as well. Lin Jong out of the side certainly makes things tough. Brash, can you make an argument for the Lions here?
I will say this: the Lions have definitely improved this year. I'll give them that, but they're still a very hard side to tip, because they're just one of those sides where they look world beaters one week and then they look positively awful the next week, and you can't get a line through them. Oracle's actually got Boronia 85, Mulgrave 89, and that's based on who both these clubs have played in their last probably 3 or 4 weeks. An interesting dynamic to this game, but I think I think that Boronia hold all the aces in this game, and the fact that Mulgrave need their best side on the park, doesn't matter whether it's at home or away, and when they're coming up against the top sider and ripping Nick at the moment, they're going to mount the crime. But I think Boronia probably win by about 30 points.
Yeah, and the thing is with Mulgrave, they don't have their best side on the park. They've got no Booth, no Siakoulis, Jong obviously out. There was another name somewhere there. Was it Javasoni? Or was
Not
he
sure.
Yeah.
I can't remember if he was in or out.
Connor Tilliard's had a fantastic season.
He's been excellent. I've really been impressed just by seeing his name pop up in the best from week to week. I really enjoyed seeing him play here.
And look, even going, as you know, Mulgrave escaped to the country. A lovely trip down to Mulgrave, lovely ground. And the fact is, it's a very pleasant Saturday afternoon for all the Mulgrave locals there. They get to sit in the nice trees and have a sip on a nice coldie and stuff like that. And it's an enjoyable afternoon. They just need their side to keep winning, though, that's all.
You love the trip down to the country.
Oh, I do. I've actually got a new name for another ground that's coming up very shortly.
We will get to that. The last game here in Division 4, not including this one, the Waverley Blues take on Ringwood at Mount Waverley Reserve. I'm going to have a guess with the Oracle. They're going to tip that the Oracle has tipped Waverley Blues by a fair margin.
Yeah, about 70 points.
70 points, there you go. They can certainly put the score on the board, and Ringwood, who we saw last week, competitive at times, but it's a very young list, different side than what we've seen in previous years. I think they're going to probably struggle out there at Mount Waverley.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is probably the hardest division for the Oracle. 30 matches, 16 wins, 14 losses, so at shooting around 53. So he's doing all right, considering he or she are doing all right, considering this is probably the hardest division in the competition.
Yeah, certainly right. And looking at Division 3, Jared, one of the interesting games this weekend, Warrandyte take on Coldstream at Warrandyte Reserve. Both sides sitting on the bottom of the ladder alongside Fair Park with just 2 wins each, but they're not that far out. It's only 2 games outside of the top 4. Both sides have been really impacted by injuries, as we discussed yesterday on the podcast. Do you see, if whoever wins this game, can you see him making a bit of a run? Because Warrandyte, I think their next month, I know they play Fair Park, Oakley, maybe Sylvan as well off the top of my head. So if they can win this one and just get some form together, get some players back into the side, can you make a case for them this year?
I feel like there's not enough breathing room in such a tight division. They're gonna have to be contesting with teams like Whitehorse, who are just pinching games where we don't expect them to. Oakley Districts, who have a very good home form. Sylvan, who's, even if they do drop off the pace, they still have the capability to continue to win games, especially at their home ground. And I think if we're looking at the chances of the lower teams in this division, you got to look at the rest of the division and not just the teams that we're analysing here. And it's unfortunate because, even if Warrandyte and Coldstream do start to get those players back, they have every right to make a charge for the finals. But it's really
hard
tricky
in the top
this
4
format. Yeah,
it's hard with the top 4 to break in.
The best that they could think of finishing is 4th. There is no other spot for them.
There's no top 3.
There is no top three for either one of them sides, and both these sides have been crippled by injury. And the thing is, it's really hard to get your season started. Ryan Phillips probably hasn't kicked the bag in anger this season. He's probably been out injured. Both sides' form has been indifferent because of their injuries. I think they must be feeling. Coldstream must be feeling pretty hard done by, really, because look, they've been up there in this division for the last couple of years, and now all of a sudden they've been struck by injury. And unfortunately for them, it could actually lead, if they don't win a few games, it could lead them to being demoted. And the only reason why they got demoted is because of injury.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
You got to go, for pure and simple logic, you got to go Warrandyte today.
I think so.
Even if it's only a 2-goal margin.
Mm-hmm. I think so. Just on the way, probably Coldstream have gone in the last couple of weeks, and with their outs,
and that demotion becomes sort of like a domino effect.
Yeah.
You go down to Division 4, and teams like Croydon North and Nunawading will be like, not this again, not like 2020.
Well, you never know, because they were very dominant in 2021.
I think the other 3 games, the Gully up at Sylvan, I was disappointed with Sylvan last week.
Dropped off.
Yeah, I reckon the Gully go up there full of confidence.
Yep.
They'll win by 4 goals plus. I've got Donvale. They're in scintillating form again. They should win by about 40 points. And Whitehorse Pioneers have been a little bit of a surprise packet. Fair Park, inconsistent form right throughout the year. If Gilling doesn't kick goals, they can't win game. And Whitehorse have done away from home, but at the Bart Simpson Memorial Oval down at Park, down at Box Hill, they've come of age this year. Mm-hmm. So I think they're tracking for a final spot. I reckon the Pioneers.
He's been waiting 3 weeks to get that out.
And in Division 3, the Oracle's got 24 matches, 14 wins, 10 losses for a strike rate of 59. So he's doing all right, or she. I keep saying he or she. We'll go with whoever.
Just before we go to the break, Jared, just very quickly, can you see anyone outside of Donvale and Furtry Gully winning the flag right now in this division?
Winning the flag, it's really tricky to mount a case because Sylvan's your next one, and once you go into finals, they get taken away from their home ground, and that could spell a lot of trouble for them.
Brash, do you?
No.
No, I don't either. They've been comprehensively beaten by the top 2 sides. But
because the last division, Division 4 was exactly the same. Yeah. I think there's only 3 sides that can win it.
You know what? I would say Whitehorse have got more chance than Sylvan.
Interesting. We'll certainly discuss that more across the season, but we're going to go to our last break before we bring in the team for the Division 2 match of the round between Heathmont and Templestowe.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
That's better. I can hear myself now. I'll try that again. Good afternoon, everyone, from the H.E Parker Reserve. It's second division footy today, and a pretty interesting match between Heathmont, of course, the Jets, up against the Dockers from Templestowe. You've heard all the permutations and the preview on the pre-game show. Thanks to the boys for doing a great job as always. And now it's time to get into the good stuff. So, interesting game this afternoon. Let's bring in the rest of the team and just go through some tips and what we think might happen. My co-caller today is Jared Beanland. Jared, welcome to you. Looking forward to this one. I know you've got a little bit of blue and yellow on, being a Heathmont man. Which way do you see this one going today?
Is my headset on?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Yes, no, I've got Heathmont today. The home ground advantage will serve them pretty well. I think Templestowe, they've got a really good shot at this, and it's 2 defensive sides as well, 2 really good defensive sides. So I'm really interested to see sort of like how that plays out. It's, I reckon, going to be a very entertaining game of footy. It doesn't have to be a high-scoring game for it to be
100%.
an entertaining game, and I really believe that.
Brash, one of the more interesting things, I don't know if you guys discussed this in the pre-game, I didn't hear, but Heathmont were very alike last year on Finn Brown, and of course he's not playing. He's been out, I believe, since February, so they've gone to Bailey Stevens. He's been very, very good for them, and he's kicked 30 goals, so they've got the firepower up front. Templestowe not as much, but do you think that will be a factor in today's game?
Well, obviously it could be a factor, but the thing is, Templestowe have added Dean Lim back to their lineup, a proven full forward, a lead up forward who's capable of kicking big bags of goals. So I mean, look, they've actually gained here, Templestowe. Look, when I was doing all my work on this game, Brett, these two sides are so evenly matched, and their away records have been good. Their home records are basically the same. And at the end of the day, I've just flipped the coin, and it's landed on Templestowe for me.
Just ask the Oracle; he knows everything.
No, he doesn't.
He or she.
He or she doesn't know everything.
So which way are you going?
Heathmont? No, I've gone Templestowe.
Templestowe, okay. Well, it's fair enough. I mean, as you say, it's a very tough game or a very close game to call. Media manager Ryan Long is with us again. And Ryan, looking at the recent form, like the two sides have had wins over the last 2 weeks, but both the teams they've beaten have come from the bottom half of the ladder, so we probably can't read an awful lot into that.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, Brett, and certainly we see him today against each other. It certainly will give us a bit of a better read on the two sides. And I'm glad you brought up Bailey Stevens as well, because he's not a tall forward. He's certainly not a big guy, but he's very dynamic, and he's kicked 5 or 6 on multiple occasions this year and been the difference in some of those games. So, again, he'll be key certainly to hit the scoreboard. But in terms of a tip, I'm leaning towards Heathmont in a close one. And we talked to Scott in the pre-game, and they do have the capability of scoring big, when they want to and when they get some of these guys back in the second half of the season. But they don't really need to. With the way they play their footy, they're pretty happy with how it's going. It doesn't matter if you win by 4 points and only kick 8 goals, or you win by 40 points and kick 15. As long as you get the 4 points, that is key. Is a bit happening here in the reserves game that I keep getting distracted with at the moment. So I'm leaning towards Heathmont, Brash, but I feel like we've got a great contest on our hands.
We have, and like I said, Ryan, you could flip the coin, and you could flip it, and you'd say, I'm going for Templestowe. Then flip it again. It's Heathmont's going to win. It's just that game.
You could have a game of 2-up, Brush.
You're right. You can have. Well, that's not far off, isn't it?
Oh, that's true. The other member of the commentary team, there's one of the other members of the commentary team. It's great to have him back today, and he's had a very big morning because he's made his commentary debut on the women's game, and I'm reliably informed he's absolutely killed it today. I haven't listened to the game back, but Paul Yacconi joins us. Paul, welcome to you. Keeping a close eye on the stats, mate. It's always good to have you here because I know you do such a great job, and it is one of the hardest probably the hardest job on the media team to keep an eye on all those stats.
Yeah. No, it should be a great game today between Heathmont and Templestowe. And I heard Brush saying earlier that this is potentially a season-defining game for both sides. I'm leaning towards Templestowe here,
we're a bit
but
split.
I reckon in a close one. I reckon either way it's going to be relatively close.
All right, well, for what it's worth, and I'm a bit like Brash with the flip of the coin, I'm just going to lean towards Heathmont being the home side. I think maybe they'll just have a little bit too much firepower up forward, but that said, that's not always where the game is won. It's won in the midfield, and of course they do have, they being Templestowe, do have Bo Mitchener, Brash, he's been pretty good, and he's up against Mullinger McHugh. That ruck battle's going to be intriguing, isn't it?
Yeah, well, Mullinger McHugh, Brad's probably been, from all reports, is probably the early favourite to win the middle in Div 2 this year. He's had an outstanding year in the ruck, but let's not sell Mitchener short. Mitchener is as good a footballer. Not only is he good in the work, in his ruck work, but he's also very good around the ground as well. And he'll give Templestowe, great use of the ball when the ball's on his terms. And the ruck's going to be a key matchup this afternoon in deciding this contest.
100%, boys. The other one that, the other player that sort of, I guess we need to talk about a little bit is Nick Batsanos, who's come across, well, he's been there for, a season or two now, but ex-Doncaster, so he's played at that higher level as the players come onto the ground, but he'll be a very important player today as well.
Yeah, certainly right, as you can certainly hear both sides coming out at the moment.
Very vocal,
with the reserves game there, Templestowe 17-7, 109, defeating Heathmont 10-5, 65. Just while we get a chance, we might cross down boundary side because we've got Blake Tennant and Dylan Smith here on debut himself on the boundary. Boys, have you got us? Maybe not.
Not yet, I don't think. Here we go.
Microphone might be...
They're getting themselves organised, I think. Yeah. Boundary riding 101.
Have you got me?
Yeah.
Dylan, your conditions down out on the ground, and your tip as well for what should be a good contest.
Yeah, guys, it looks pretty good down here, to be honest. Earlier on, it was a little bit rainy, so I expected that to affect it, but it looks like a bit of a road down here, to be honest. As for my tip, I probably can't go past Templestowe at the moment. I just think they have a bit of a better inside and outside game all around, but I do expect Heathmont to sort of pack the midfield and make it a bit of a slog for them, but it's Templestowe.
And for Blake as well, your tip this afternoon. We're pretty much split at the moment between the two sides.
You can't pick Montrose, Blake.
No Montrose.
Yeah, week off. We need that. But nah, perfect conditions. Not sunny, not, overcast conditions. As when I was playing back in my day, I used to think overcast conditions.
Back in your day, aren't you like 19?
But overcast conditions are great for footy, and I'm really looking forward to this contest. I was listening to you, Brash. It's a 50-50 game, and looking both at how these sides are going. I think Heathmont have been the biggest surpriser, really, from their form from last year, and to work themselves up to where they are now. But I am liking Templestowe at the moment, so I'm sorry, boys, but I think I have to go with the Dockers. I think they've just got a lot of firepower. Their midfield is just unbelievable with, having a 7-time, I need to mention that, a 7-time Team of the Year member, Bo Mitchener, into the side. It just brings a lot of wealth and knowledge into his ruck work, so I think I'm going to stay with Templestowe for this one.
See a good mate of yours, Blake?
Bo Mitchener. I don't. Early days.
Okay. A blossoming relationship.
Under 13s when I was around Lilydale. So,
that's all right, mate.
But no, he's a ripping fella, Bo, and looking forward to seeing how he goes.
All right, well, some interesting tips. I think probably the consensus is that Templestowe might get up today. I didn't keep count there, but I think maybe Templestowe had it in the
I think it might be 4-3, Brett.
4-3. I was going to say it sounded like a Templestowe win there. So, but as we said, it's a very close game. It's 3v4. What about the ramifications for the side that loses today? I mean, it is quite tight.
Well, the thing is, it's not really going to hurt them that much on the ladder, Brett.
No, I was thinking that. Yeah.
And the only thing is, for either one of these sides, Templestowe will want to win because that means that Heathmont are going to have to beat them on the way back home down on their dunghill. And away wins so far this season have been like gold in this division.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the ones that you win away, that really gives you a really good step up coming on the home.
I'm a big fan of away wins. I mean, away wins are almost, in a lot of cases, are almost worth double, aren't they?
Yeah. Yep. I reckon that I was just having a quick look at the condition of the ground, Brett, and it looks like that the inside 5 metres or 2 metres around the boundary lines look a little bit rain sodden, but that the middle part of the ground heading into the middle and the cricket pitch looks in pretty good nick.
Yeah.
So I reckon if they try and avoid those right around on the boundary line and maybe inside 5 metres or so, they're going to get the best conditions throughout the day, I reckon.
Yeah, so the weather forecast this afternoon was okay, but as I look above me, it is looking a bit grey. I don't live over this way, so I'm not sure if it rained, but it did rain. I'm over in Narre Warren.
But you live in a rain belt. That's your problem.
We got a bit of rain this morning.
It did rain in this area this morning.
Yeah.
So and I was out there before, and it certainly you could feel it on foot.
It's a bit heavy this morning, actually.
Yeah,
well, Jane Bunn said there was going to be no rain this afternoon. So do we take her?
Well, I normally rate her quite highly, and also her weather as well. But I'm looking above me, and I can see that the grey skies, and it looks a little bit threatening. So look, we might get maybe a shower or two, but I don't think it's going to be too much.
I don't think so.
Flip a coin basically. So the sides are just changing ends. I think we've had the coin toss. I'm not sure who won, but
and we've had our fun and frivolity for an hour and a bit.
Doesn't really matter too much, and everyone's shaking hands. It'll be the last time there's niceties exchanged today. As the umpire gets set to throw it up, and it's going to be my co-commentator Jared Beelan to get us underway out here at Heathmont Reserve, Heathmont H.E Parker Reserve.
That's the one. So a tackle laid early there by Mullage McHugh. Sorry, it was Tink. And we're going to go for a secondary ball up here. Division 2 contest between Heathmont and Templestowe. It's been knocked down. Quick tackle there laid. Heathmont are going to run on with it. I think that was Haynes. Gets the ball inside forward 50. Bit of a shove there by Brown. Not rewarded. Bajramov hands it out. A wide player there. It's Mullinger McHugh. High ball towards the top of the goal square. No mark. Nearly taken there for Heathmont. Caleb Quirk. He's got the snap, and it's just gone out in the full. So quick shot on goal there for Heathmont, but no score recorded. And it looks like they've called it as, it looks like it was touched, so we'll get the boundary throw in. Just down on the left side of your radio dial. And taking a little bit of time with this throw in. So Mitchner versus Mullinger McHugh in the ruck. Mitchner was the first to get it as the throw in was shallow. Oh, great pick up there by Harry Isaacs, but an even better smother on the line. And it will record just the 1 point for Heathmont. Templestowe to bring it back in through Toby Ryan.
So Toby Ryan, he's had a particularly good season. That was amazing how they didn't score there. That was a brilliant save. As the kick goes, it's a bit of a dusty one. Along the ground, they try to pick it up there. Couldn't quite do so, but it's going to come back inside 50, I think, for Heathmont. Ryan's chasing it back, but he can't get there.
Yep.
Backs the tackle, but the great handball off. And that man Stevens, Bailey Stevens, he's kicked 30 for the years. We spoke about him before the game, and he's got that one through for the first of the day. And a good start by Heathmont. They've got the first kick on the board, or the first goal on the board, and they have 7 points, 1-1-7 to no score on the Bendigo Big scoreboard.
Interesting enough, the centre clearances, I think both sides are going to be more than capable of winning their fair share. It depends on who wins the most, because both sides are going to be able to stream forward and kick to position, Ryan.
Absolutely. You're going to have to watch Stevens every time when they've got a bit of space in the forward 50.
Hot start already for Heathmont. They've got the first 3 inside 50s.
So back into the centre. The clearance this time goes Templestowe's way. A quick towards Schwarzer there. Inside forward 50. Picked up there by Nagel. He's going to tumble it towards goal, but it was saved on the line by Heathmont. Kick across goal is a bit of a dangerous one there from Declan Brown. The in for this game. So Heathmont, they were outnumbered there on the outer side in the pocket, but it was well worked there by the defender, and Caleb Quirk takes the mark outside of defensive 50. He plays on with it quickly. Little punch there down by Watson, and it's going to be a ball or a ball in there as it trickles over the boundary line out on the outer side wing.
You look at the Templestowe side. They've got quite a wealth of experience with Div 1 and ex-Premier Division players in their lineup. But Heathmont are young and exuberant, and they certainly are going to be able to take it right up to Templestowe this afternoon.
It's been a fast-paced start to this game as Mitchner palms it down, but it was read well there by the Heathmont midfielders. The kick was a little bit too wide for Bailey Stevens, and it's going to go over for another throw-in there.
The other luxury, Jared, that Heathmont do have is they've got the workhorse Evans, who's able to play in the ruck and has also got a great tank, and that's going to allow Mullinger McHugh to stay back, and then when it's his turn, he's going to be a lot more fresh to run the game out this afternoon.
So into the ruck here, it is that Evans up against Mitchner. Kick off the deck there for Templestowe. It's going to go forward. Chasing after it is Lee. Couldn't quite handle it as he was tackled, and then it's been passed off to Haynes. Haynes gets the spearing kick there, and Quirk's taken the mark. Called his name a couple times already. Mullinger McHugh's the target in the pocket. Just overcooked the kick, however, and Toby Ryan's going to make sure that goes over the line for a boundary throw in the pocket. We're 4 minutes gone at H.E Parker, 1-1-7. That's Heathmont score to Templestowe 0.
And a good point you make about Evans too, Brash, because he missed a lot of footy last year, and he was key when they did come back in the side. Made a huge difference to Heathmont, so certainly one to watch, and a bit of a dynamic duo with him and Mullinger McHugh.
So Umpire to throw it in. I'm just waiting. It's a bit of a delay, but finally it does go in, and it's Templestowe who get the win from the clearance, and they get it outside 50, but it may well come back. Gathered in there nicely by, I think it was Evans. Takes it back inside 50, but a good strong tackle as a Templestowe player takes possession of the footy. And we'll have a throw-in. So it's all Heathmont at the moment in terms of territory and also on the scoreboard as well. So Templestowe need to get into the game. Mitchell may have just got his hand to that one, but it's fallen for Heathmont. Again, the kick is smothered. It's Bajramov, I think, taking that one into the contest. In fact, it was Tink as we go boundary for the first time today. Dylan Smith. Dylan.
Yeah, guys, I've just noticed that Van Leeuwen's playing really wide of the contest here. He's being left a lot of room, and there he is there bobbing up for an uncontested possession. So
it's a nice kick, and he picks out Haynes, Jordan Haynes. He's a fair way from home, but he's going to try and find a target. Slowing play right down here. Probably would have been better to go quicker before the Templestowe defence had time to set.
For goal here.
In fact, he's going to have a crack. He's a long way out. Let's see how he goes. He's going to be short, I think. And it's been knocked through by, it's finally been touched through. It was Bo Mitchner who got the last touch. and it's through for a minor score. So the scoring continues for Heathmont. They have 1-2-8 to no score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've had 5.5.
Alex Brown has had an excellent year so far, brings it in for Templestowe. Great spearing ball over the top of the Heathmont players, and Watson, he plays on with it quickly, kicks it down towards Jessup, now hands it off to Fogarty. Fogarty into the pocket there. Just spilt to ground, been passed off to Nagel. Templestowe doing well here. Oh, they just kicked it through for a goal. That was an excellent kick off the deck by Mark Ferraro.
I think it's Lee, Jackson
Lee, that's my mistake. Gee, it just bounced off of Ferraro. He socketed it back to Lee, and he just sniped it for a goal in the goal square.
We just got a good snapshot there of how well Templestowe are going to be able to move the ball, and the fact is that it was a scrappy but a penetrating kick from full back that actually opened up the ground for the runners of Templestowe to run onto the ball and create the open space into going into their forward 50.
Yeah, it hit up Watson perfectly, and he was able to obviously use the ground and the space there, Paul, to make the most of the opportunity.
Yeah, certainly, and a bit of a similar goal in the women's game at that end,
So they've certainly got a spark, Templestowe, and they're back inside 50, and it's in the hands of Douglas, who tried to get a handball forward, but back there and doing well was, that's Eckert, I think, who had it, but they're still under a lot of pressure. Templestowe just trying to get a force a stoppage, they'd be happy with that, I'd say, as the ball is back into the contest again. They get a little handball away, but that might have been a throw. Hardwick it was, he took position, and the umpire says, we're not going to play that one, so we're going to come back. And it is going to be a free kick to Heathmont. So I think he played the throw as Young takes the kick, puts it out wide. And so interesting start to this one. Heathmont with their noses in front, but Templestowe, they've taken a couple of minutes or a few minutes to get into the game, but they're starting to fire up now as they run from deep and put the kick forward up to about the edge of the arc. But it's going to come back in. There's the tumbling kick forward, goes past that man Grierson, and it's on the ground again. Trying to pick it up there was Betsanos, gets a little handball off to Warren. Warren goes inside 50 and he's picked the target. Great grab.
Really good hands, that one.
That's fantastic. So that's a very good bit of work there. And I'm just
is
trying
that
to
Fogarty?
see.
I think it's Limback.
Limback, is it?
It is. Yep. Wearing the number 2 today. He wore 23 last week. So
yep. I just spotted him. I had to. I've just written him on my team sheet, but I couldn't see him there. So Dean Lindback, who's got some serious ink happening on both arms and both legs.
And up the neck.
And the neck as well, yeah, he has. So, good player, Dean Lindback. So let's see if he can slot this through. And this will really hammer home the last few minutes, which have belonged to Templestowe after a slow start. There's the kick, I reckon. That's not
a good
bad
kick.
effort. That's a beautiful kick. So Dean Lindback puts it through. A couple of early contenders too, I reckon, for the Tobin brothers' goal of the day. Both those goals, that one and the last one, have been very, very good. And Templestowe extend their lead as they get their second on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And they lead, I'm just waiting for the board to tick over. I think it's 2-2-14 to 2. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong score. 2 straight to 1-2-8.
And Brash, the move to get him across mid-season, I feel like it's a bit of a premiership move if they can get him for the rest of the season, keep him on the park. He's huge, and last week kicked 7 goals, 2 from 9 disposals. So just sort of shows you the ability he has up forward.
He's a premiership player, proven finalist.
Back into the centre. Evans gets the tap down, right down the throat of a teammate, but he was tackled instantly by Nagel.
And Evans is going to have to try and break better than even if he hopes to negate Michener's influence this afternoon.
Well, he tried to take it out of the ruck that time and get the clearance himself.
Only problem with that, Jared, if he gets caught, he's going to be given a free kick away.
Yeah.
So he can't afford to do that too often.
Yeah, it's a bit of a risk that you take there. Michener got the tap behind him, but it was scooped up by Burley. He kicks it out wide, not particularly to Heathmont's advantage. So 2-on-2 situation ensues. Stevens is one of those 2 for Heathmont. Van Leeuwen as well. He was tackled solidly, however, by Templestowe. Haynes gathered the ball, slipped over, and it's just going to be forced over the line there. That was Douglas Wooten who laid a good tackle.
That inside 2 metres is very slippery, as I said.
Yeah, it is. So it might be a bit of a struggle as they get out to this area of the ground. Michener gets the tap down. Nagel's going to try and rove it, but it was stolen by Tink immediately. He gets a tumbling ball forward, scooped up there by O'Connor, gets the handball off. It's Young, sees an option that he likes. I don't know if it was particularly great because Bajramov had the back position and gave away the free kick there, so it's going to go to Ashley Goldsmith.
Umpire was in perfect position there.
Yep.
To give that free kick.
Consistent player for Templestowe. He's played all games last year and this year as well. He kicks it to Mitchener. Tumbling ball, however, just fell short of the target. So he's going to have to work hard as Hardwick. He picked it up. He did well. Got it to a 2-on-2 situation. Nearly a canny mark taken there by Mustafa. Couldn't quite complete it. Now Heathmont will take it away through Eckert. Turning this way and that. Finds an option out wide. And this is Vanderwall. So Vanderwall hemmed in a little bit here in that pocket. He's going to have to find a tall man or a short option there. And it was Van Leeuwen who was the short option. Kicks it over to Joel Burley this time. And Heathmont getting these uncontested marks, but not going particularly far with them just yet. So it's a kick down the line. Isaacs is the target. He's the tall man there. Couldn't quite take it. And now it's fallen front and centre there for Watson. So he just boots it back into Templestowe's forward line. His opposite number 44, Joel Burley, was there, but it wasn't him that got the kick away. I think it was Tink. And now to centre half forward for Templestowe. They've recovered the ball here well. Militsis, JP Militsis is just going to go for home. Is it going to be good for Templestowe? Not quite. It faded left and just the one behind. So they move to 2-1-13. Heathmont 1-2-8 on the Better Go Bank scoreboard. We've gone 12 minutes in this first quarter.
So Heathmont to bring the footy back in. They've been under a bit of pressure in the last few minutes. I think that's out towards the wing. Up they fly. Took a heavy tumble there. I think it was Ryan Burley who went to ground. No, in fact, it was Malone. But now it's in the hands of Templestowe. They can come forward again, but that's not a great kick, but they make something out of it. Ryan, one of their better players in recent weeks. He gets a long kick forward, trying to find a target in Limback, but he can't do it.
Good tackle.
Close to the line, and Burley of the Ryan variety.
Ryan, one thing with Mitchener, he's playing a kick behind the play, but I think Evans is playing too wide off him. And I noticed there that Mitchener's been able to win the ball uncontested. He can't afford to be winning that much ball, right? But and playing kick behind the play.
It's a goal. Sorry, Brash, while you were talking, I completely can't see who that is. Is it Batsanis?
This might be Fogarty.
Fogarty. Okay, it was a
Sorry, Brett.
That's all right. So the throw in, and it was deflected away. We'll just watch the replay, see if we can see what happened. And it just fell for. I still can't see. Might be Fogarty. Just wait till he.
This is one of the very inked up men, and I think Fogarty fits that description.
Okay. We'll give it to Fogarty. So Fogarty gets it through, and that's a very good goal and excellent stoppage work.
It's just beautiful roving, Brash.
Yes.
Right position and was able to capitalise from the tap from Evans.
What we got, Paul?
Well, Templestowe have had the last 7 inside 50 entries. They lead that 8-6.
So Heathmont now to try and break that run there, but it's been a good clearance there for Templestowe. It's come out to Ferraro from Jessup, and so high flying there was Burley. That was Ryan. Couldn't quite take the mark, and it looks like it's going to be a free kick. Unrealistic attempt, perhaps, and it's going to be Batsanis to take the free kick. So ill-advised attempt there by Ryan Burley in the end, as spectacular as it was. So Batsanis is just going to hoof it to the top of the goal square. Limback was just shoved out of the way. Umpire doesn't look like they saw that.
Gee, but it was in front of the umpire.
Yeah, that was impressive to get away with that. So now Heathmont escaped defensive 50. Mullinger McHugh couldn't quite take the relieving mark out of defensive 50, and so he was wrapped up, and we'll have a ball up.
One thing I'm liking about Templestowe, they're getting plenty of numbers around the contest.
So Mitchener just takes it out of the ruck that time, kicks it towards centre half forward. It's in some space, but Heathmont have the numbers. Let's see if they can figure it out from here. Clever little toe poke there, and it found its way to Malone. One-on-one situation there. Ryan got the tap down. Mullinger McHugh roved it. He did well, and then now the kick for Heathmont has gone forward. McDonald versus Watson in this race. So McDonald scooped it up. He was tackled holding the ball. Tackle. That was an excellent tackle. And McDonald dropped it in the midst of that tackle. So Watson did well. Templestowe going forward now again. It just heads over the wing. No mark taken. So Heathmont actually have time and space here to figure things out. And it was Mullinger McHugh. Nearly got the kick away to, that was Douglas. But it was turned over now. So Templestowe going to run with it. Ferraro on the outer side. High ball towards the forward line. It was a good attempt there by Isaacs to try and take the mark, but he found the boundary line instead.
It looks like, Ryan, that Templestowe are really trying to stretch the Heathmont defence, and they're trying to use all their lead-up forwards, Templestowe, to throw the Heathmont back six out of sync.
Yeah, and they've created a lot of run off that halfback too, which has been pretty impressive.
Especially from Watson.
So Watson's had a great start.
And it goes Malone. He got to the front spot and he got the hit out, but Templestowe have got it again through Giovanni of the Carl variety. Of course, Giovanni and his brother Ryan and Carl play, and that's gone through for a minor score, I think.
No, we'll give it to her. You give it to Carl?
Carl.
Yeah, we'll give it to Carl.
So
we'll give Ryan the next one.
So back into play from Heathmont. Mark is taken there by Brown. Declan Brown looking around for options to kick to. Just pops it out to short. But it's not a great kick, and he's kicked it straight to Warren. Had to wait for the bounce on. That probably saved Heathmont a wee bit, but they're on the ground, and it's wrapped up well and truly in there.
On the ball.
And has he paid that?
Wow.
That's a little harsh, I thought, but never mind. Let's go down to the boundary with the team down there.
Just letting you guys know, the lights are officially on.
Gee, they're really, today it's something they really used at Spain. Ryan Burley took it out of the off the ground, thumps it onto the left boot, gets it up to about half back, but it's going to come back. They really do look good at the moment, this Templestowe side. McLennan finds a target. Taken there by Warren. Warren's going to go to the edge of the circle. Oh, that's gone. He gave it back to Giovanni, and he's been caught, so it'll be a free kick to Heathmont.
No, 25.
No.
So he
25.
Yeah,
Okay.
the umpire ruled that he didn't play on.
I'm glad Blake mentioned that, because I am getting blinded by the light.
So as soon as the whistle went, I just assumed it was going to go the other way, but you did right, boys. It's going to be Carl Giovanni, 10 goals for the season. And this will be, this will cause a bit of concern if this one goes through. Suddenly we'll be out to a, what do we have, an 18-point lead if he can kick this.
Similar position that they were in last week against Mulgrave, and they've had a couple of slow starts, so be interesting to see how they respond.
Good point, Ryan. They got off to a very slow start last week. But it's only the first quarter, early days, as Carl Giovanni comes in. He strikes it okay. Never looked like missing.
Nice.
Beautiful kick, so that's his first of the day. And a little bit of early trouble for the Heathmont side. They trail 4-2-26 to 1-2-8. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've had 17 and a half minutes gone.
Yeah, the back six of Heathmont, Jared, are really under the pump at the moment, because the way Templestowe are moving the ball into inside 50, they've got plenty of opportunities, and they're running far and wide, and they're managing to shift Heathmont's defence over to one side and then come back through the other side.
Yeah, there's a bit of a struggle there. We heard Scott Hamill mention a full-back and a centre-half back out of the side for Heathmont still to come back in. We'll see how that affects things as the season moves forward. But back to this game, Templestowe trying to take it out of the clearance there. That was the goal kicker, Carl Giovannini. He's done well this year, in some great form. So Mullinger McHugh versus, that was Mitchner who got the tap down. Quirk read it, and we'll get another ball up. So a bit of a stalemate in this situation. Heathmont really wanting this next clearance, I would say. Oh. Mitchner just shoved, disposed of Mullinger McHugh, but he found the ball at ground level. That was impressive. Got the ball tumbling out, but it was Fogarty for Templestowe to recover it. Ryan takes it. Good little spin there by Ryan to find himself in some space. And nearly a one-handed mark taken for Heathmont. He managed to recover the ball, and Caleb Quirk is the recipient of that kick. Diving mark by Quirk. And he looks like he's in 2 or 3 minds to see where to go to. Campbell Evans it was, who nearly took the mark. Heathmont have the numbers. The handball came out to Haynes. He was tackled over the line. Sorry, that was Van Leeuwen, tackled over the line. And we'll get a throw-in. Or in fact, no, it was just a ball up.
Brash, they've got a lot of work to do in the midfield, Heathmont, with Fogarty and Giovanni have had really good starts to the game. Mitchell has had certainly a good start as well.
So, despite Paul's protest, it was...
I'm with you, Paul. I thought he got flattened.
It was a play-on situation there, and Heathmont trying to widen out the ground. That was a shocking tumbling kick there by Harry Isaacs, but it might actually come off. Young, recipient of the handball there, finds a man out in space. He's wrapped up. Templestowe with all the numbers. They just swamped him, and that's holding the ball.
Well, he ran straight into trouble there. That was his own fault.
And it was Lake Tink in that situation. Carl Giovannini.
Let's go down to the boundary quickly.
Just noticed that Lake Tink looks like he's playing a bit of a defensive role on some of their big-bodied mids in Giovannini and also Fogarty there, so just keep an eye on that.
So Templestowe have it back in their own defensive 50. A little chip out there by Goldsmith. Finds a target in Mitchner. And we'll kick up the line. Can they find a target? It's bouncing around. It's a socket off the ground. Nicely picked up there. There's a chance for Heathmont to maybe strike before quarter time, and they could do with a goal. Big contest coming, and there is a shot towards the goal square, and it's gone through.
Quirk.
It was Quirk, Caleb Quirk, just Johnny on the spot. Was all a bit untidy, but the ball spilled there, and Quirk was there, pounced on it, and boy, they needed that one. Heathmont, they grabbed one back, and they trail 4-2-26 to 2-2-14 on the Bendigo Bank scored, and we're getting very close. In fact, we have just ticked over to time on.
One of the things that Scott Hamill's going to have to examine at half-time is how is he going to combat Mitchener's presence in this game, because from what I'm seeing so far, I don't think they've got a match-up for him.
Well, Mullinger McHugh's now gone into the ruck, so they've made that move.
But he just about ragdolled him in two
It's
two
just
occasions.
that strength, isn't it, Brush?
Yeah.
He has that way, especially in those one-on-one battles.
So the clearance work's been very difficult there. Mullinger McHugh went for a fly there, and it's going to be Heathmont through Young to receive it. Bit messy though. Templestowe lay on the pressure, and it's Ferraro who ends up with it here for the Dockers. 2-on-2 situation in the forward 50. It's just spilled out the back. Who's going to be the first to it? Scooping it up nearly was McClellan, but it looks like it's Jessup, and he just passed it to Hardwick, who was basically already being tackled there in the goal square. And we'll have a ball up. Dangerous spot here for the Jets to try and defend. Isaacs goes up in the ruck there against Ryan Giovannini. Young just trying to wrench it out of the grasp of Fogarty. Fogarty managed to move it forward, but ineffectively, as it just goes over the line for one behind there for Templestowe. 4-3-27. Heathmont 2-2-14. 22 minutes gone in this first quarter.
So Heathmont to bring it back in and kick in there as it goes out to about the edge of the circle, and they do well. In the end, it was O'Connor. I think I thought he'd done well, but I think he's been done for holding the ball. And this will be an opportunity for Templestowe to strike late as Ryan just took off with a smile on his face here. He knew that he wasn't going to get away with that, and we'll have to come back. So still overcast out here. The lights, as we mentioned before, are on, which is not uncommon out in these parts. And it's going to be Mark Ferraro to line up. Try and kick number 5 for Templestowe. They've certainly had the better of this first term. He's outside the arc, so he's going to have to make pretty good contact. He's hit it pretty well, but it's just going to be short, and in the end it just knocked onto the post and a minor score. So one more to the total, 4-4-28 to 2-2-14, and we're 23 minutes gone in this first term. So they bring it out now. It's going to be in the hands now of Haynes, who wheels around. I think he slipped as he kicked it, but he kicked it straight to Ryan over there. That was a bad mistake, and they're going to get another opportunity. Ryan, though, he's looking around for someone to kick to. Taking a bit of time, finally gets it onto the left slipper as he puts it right across the face of goal. Up they fly, there's plenty of hands there. Ball spills clear, trying to get his hands on it. There was O'Connor, couldn't do so. Snap at goal, but that's off target, and that has gone through for a minor score. So a couple of late opportunities for Templestowe. They can't convert, but they're well worth their lead. 4-5-29, 2-2-14, 23 gone.
So just one update out at East Burwood. The Upper Ferntree Gailey lead 2-1-13 to 1-2-8, and quarter time at Knox Gardens, the Basin lead by 14 points.
So Ryan recovered it here for Templestowe from the kick in. He was tackled, and it's holding the ball. Heathmont to run on with it now. Young trots along the wing. Now Evans is the target. Couldn't quite take the mark. He's got a battle on his hands here against Militsis. Just disposes of him in pursuit of the ball. Militsis holds it between his thighs. And the umpire says that's enough of that.
That was well done by Jean-Paul.
Yeah. He's been impressive so far. Mitchener gets a tap out the back there, attempting to find Fogarty, but it was Douglas who got it away. And now Heathmont to go forward. High ball, Bajramov the target. Couldn't take the mark. In comes Bailey Stevens, dangerous player, gets it to Mullinger McHugh. Scrubbing kick along the ground, back to Bailey Stevens. Can he kick his second goal for the game for the Jets? Yes, he can.
They needed it too.
Indeed they did. That was an opportunistic goal there. Very messy play for Heathmont. But if you can make it work, it works.
They've done that last couple of goals that they've kicked, and they certainly needed it against the runner play with Templestowe really pushing the last 5 minutes. So back to 9 points. You'd take a lot of positives out of this, despite not playing your best footy yet.
I'd be absolutely stoked if I was Heathmont. They should be much further behind, but
Yeah.
they've done well. That late goal has got them right back in it, and the scoreboard really flatters them at the moment, 4-5-29 to 3-2-20.
And the Heathmont forward line actually pushed themselves all out of position, so how they actually managed to manufacture that goal was an achievement in itself.
So up they go. Good work there from Malone, who got the tap, but he doesn't get the clearance because that's fallen to Templestowe, and they come forward again, but well cut off over there.
Oh.
And what's the umpire paid here?
Free pushing
kick.
the back.
Yeah.
Pushing the back. That looked a bit soft as the kick goes forward. Long kick. Has it got the distance? No, it hasn't. It's been touched through for another minor score.
Let's get a pull in the stat centre real quick.
Templestowe lead the free kick 6-1.
Oh, hometown umpire. Of course, we're not at Templestowe. We're at H.E Parker Reserve, but it happens sometimes. We all get carried away with the free kick count if it's a bit lopsided, but it means nothing. Dusty kick back inside. It was lucky to find a target in Grierson. They need to be sure by foot here. Heathmont, they've got themselves back into it with that last goal.
That is not sure by foot.
That is a terrible kick. That's out on the full. And they really are making it hard for themselves. So Josh Warren, he wants to go quickly. There can't be much time left. 26 gone in this first team. Sells a bit of candy and then hoists it high. Where is the big man? There he is, Mitchener. He got hands to it, but he couldn't hang on to it. Van Leeuwen got a handball away. Nice work there by Isaacs under a bit of pressure. Makes up for his last little indiscretion. Eckert. Now they get it out wide, and they'll be able to get it outside of 50s.
Here we go.
Did pretty well, but they may be able to turn this into a goal at the other end. This would be a remarkable transition as the kick goes inside 50. Bouncing there, Templestowe need to get hands to it. Mitchener was back there. Got a little tap out, did well. Here's Ryan, who's been really prominent in this first term. Here's the kick up, they fly. Good mark taken. Nice work there by Fogarty it is. Fogarty out wide. Taken there by Jessup. Jessup out to a man. This is a good play, just slowing it down. Ferraro on that far side goes inside 50, and the mark is taken by Batsanis. So it's end-to-end stuff at the moment. It seemed like we're only here about 15 seconds ago.
A little disappointing for the Jets there because they linked up very well with Mullinger McHugh on there, and then I think Bajramov had a bit of space, so if they sort of just lowered the eyes and maybe hit him up on the chest, it's a different story. But and then Templestowe just back the other way.
Yeah.
So, yep, it's been end-to-end stuff. So Nick Batsanis, the former Doncaster East man, comes in. Let's watch the goal. Umpire, he's kicked that. Beautiful kick from Batsanis, showing all his experience, and that really is a killer blow. Just getting close to quarter time, and that's goal number 5-6-36 to 3-2-20 in the throes of quarter time. We've had 27.5, and Nick Batsanis gets his first of the day.
Update. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, scoreboard's just starting to reflect the actual play of the game here.
Update at Seabeck, Roval 4-6-30 to Norwood 2-4-16 in the second quarter there.
So back into the middle. We can't have too long left here in this quarter. Heathmont are going to have to do well to respond. So back into the centre. Up the ruckman fly. Good tap there for Heathmont. But it's Templestowe to try and rove it. It was picked up by Haynes. However, he was tackled immediately. Ball fell straight to Warren. He gets the kick forward. It wasn't particularly well directed. Burley is onto it. This is Ryan. He's got time and space. And a good kick on him too. It's Campbell Evans who's the target. He was caught behind, managed to punch it down, but Ferraro was there to pounce, and he gets it along to Batsanis on the wing. Passes it off, back to Ferraro. Kick inboard will finish us off for the quarter. And it's Heathmont 3-2-20 to Templestowe 5-6-36 at quarter time. Let's go to Besto for some of the goal scorers.
Just the one multiple goal kicker, and that was kicker. That was Bailey Stevens. He's got a couple. Caleb Quick's also got one for the Heathmont side, and then for Templestowe, a whole bunch of people with one goal. We've got Limback with one, Fogarty with one, Batsanis with one, and Giovanini, and also Lee with one goal each. So that is it, 36-20, an interesting first quarter. You could probably say that Templestowe probably had much the better of it, but Heathmont have hung in there, and they trail at quarter time. It's 5-6-36 to 3-2-20. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll come back and look back on what happened in that first quarter right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to H.E Parker Reserve. Thanks for joining us this afternoon, whether you're listening on 98.1 Radio Eastern or streaming on watching us stream, of course on YouTube and Facebook. And a really interesting first quarter, a game that ebbed and flowed, and it's currently Templestowe with their noses in front. They lead by 16 points, 5-6-36 to 3-2-20. And as we go around the panel just quickly to get some thoughts, Brash, what did you make of that first term?
Well, I thought, Brett, that Templestowe basically controlled the midfield, and that was because Michino had taken control in the ruck. And I don't think that Heathmont have got a match up for him as well as what Campbell and Mullinger McHugh were trying. Michino's basically able to get the game on his terms, and he's the general that's setting them up from the centre clearances, and Ryan and their midfield are just feasting off that at the moment. Whereas Heathmont are being forced to play. Well, they're being forced out of position. They've lost their structure a little bit, and that's because Templestowe are challenging their lines, and they just don't seem to be able to come to grips with that at the moment.
Just cut you off there, Brash, as we go down to the boundary with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just got Heathmont coach Scott Hamill here. Scott, what was the key message at the break?
Look, our skill execution at the moment, especially at our back half, is really poor. So we're trying to look to fix that up, our skill errors, and what we are doing is working, but we're just not executing well enough.
You said your stoppages were a bit down. Is that something in the game that you want to try and improve at the second quarter?
Yeah, definitely. We're just giving too much space and width of the stoppage. We want to try and tighten that up a little bit so we can execute and get the ball on the outside.
Yeah, no worries. Have a good day and enjoy the rest of the game.
Thank you, Blake. So interesting words there from the Heathmont camp. They've got a bit of work to do, but they're not out of this game by any stretch of the imagination. I don't think he's listening to us at the moment. Paul, have you got any just quick half-time stat or quarter-time stats that stand out?
I do have some stats, and they're all leaning towards the way of Templestowe. The clearances, well in favour of Templestowe, 11-6. The inside 50s, 13-10 in favour of Templestowe. Very even, you could say. The tackles, 13-7 in favour of Templestowe.
So the clearance is quite significant, as we spoke about the midfield dominance. Let's quickly go down to Dylan.
Yeah, guys, I just heard Anthony McGregor speak there to the Templestowe boys. He was really rapt with their effort around the contest. But, yeah, just had a little thing to say about the wings and sometimes the Heathmont guys getting on top there.
Thanks, Dylan, as the ball is showing up again. A bit of an all draw in the ruck. It hit the ground. No one really got hands to it. Only trying to get in there was number 21 for Temple. So that's Goldsmith, and it's wrapped up on the ground. And we'll have a ball up.
Free kick.
He's got the arm out for the free kick. So quick hands off. They won't want to concede here. So the ball comes back, and Heathmont have still got it. Quirk, little handball over the top. Here's a shot at goal from Van Leeuwen. It's across the face, and it's probably going to drift through for a minor score, which it is. And we will add one more to the total. And it's going to be 3-3-21 to 5-6-36 in the first minute of the second term.
Just some scores around the grounds. Mitcham lead 5-2-32 to 6 behind Bayswater. Beaconsfield 6-3-39 to Lilydale yet to score. Croydon in front 4-3-27 to South Belgrave 2-3-15. North Ringwood 4-2-26 to One Turner South 3-2-20.
So back into play here. Templestowe through Ryan. Kicks it towards the Mitchener direction, and he takes a strong grab as well. That's what he can do. He can't. It's not just playing in the ruck and beating that. Beating that contest. It's contests like that around the ground that he's good at as well. Kicks it down towards Nagel, but it was roved here by Van der Waal. Shoved off the ball there by Nagel. He recovers it skillfully. Gets the kick inside forward 50. There's space here for Templestowe to work in. It's Schwarzer just tackled out of it. Now Batsanis throws himself into it, but Heathmont gained the numbers at ground level and will have a ball up. Just 1.5 minutes gone in this second quarter, I should say. Heathmont 3-3-21, Templestowe 5-6-36. So, tapping it down there was Heathmont. Batsanis just shunted off the ball. Yeah, it wasn't bad, was it? Good little contest there. It was Jordan Haynes who knocked him over and saw the ball bounce over the boundary line. So back into play here in a moment or two. Heathmont going to have to start to work on these clearances if they're going to get back into the game. This isn't one of those clearances, however. Jessup takes it for Templestowe, kicks it towards the goal square. Man in front there was Hancock, and Heathmont are able to take it away. Burley shoved over it. Templestowe recover it now. That was good contest work, but the handball was broken up by Lake Tink, and he gets the kick out wide here. So Heathmont just trying to settle into this quarter nicely. Ryan Burley, he's one of the stars here for Heathmont. Kicks it onto the wing. The mark was claimed there by Malone, but it might go to the man in front or just a ball up. Yep, so 0-0 draw there, according to the umpire. Too difficult to call that one. So Templestowe, Mitchener taps it down. Fogarty taken completely around the neck there. Sorry, it wasn't Fogarty. That was Carl Giovannini. And that was an obvious, that was a very obvious free kick to pay. So Giovannini kicks it down towards right half forward for the Dockers. Burley lays the tackle on Ferraro, and we'll get a ball up there just out by the scoreboard.
And so Ryan Burley starting to get himself into this game. Super player, of course. Won by Templestowe out of the ruck, but it's not going to be cleared, and the umpire's whistle has gone. He blew up that up very quickly. So we're going to have another ball up, just outside the square, or just outside the circle, sorry. Up it goes. Working his way to the front spot there. Getting it was Nullinger McHugh. And can they get a clearance? No, they can't. Wrapped up by a Templestowe player on the ground, and the umpire says we'll have to do it all again.
Couple of scores around the ground. Fair Park lead Whitehorse by 14 points at quarter time. Donoval 42-9 against Oakley District.
So one out of there by Tink, who slams it onto the boot down the ground. It's been belted forward there. Good work there by Stevens. Over there on the far side, and one of the it was Mullinger McHugh who was slung to the ground there, but the umpire said nothing doing. Now a Templestowe player takes possession of the football, and he's been scragged around the neck. Can't argue with that one. It was Harry Isaacs who got him high. So free kick taken there by Fogarty. Fogarty moves it on quickly. Good work, Batsanis. Needs to go quickly, Batsanis. Goes inside 50. Can he hit a target? They managed to survive for the moment. The danger's not over. Giovannini. That's, in fact, it was Lee that time, sorry. There's a few, I think 3 guys with 50 on their back. 4, in fact, with 50s out there today, which is unusual. Up it goes. There's the head out, won by Templestowe. There's that man again in there, McDonald. He's been good in the first quarter as well. Trying to get it out there was Evans, but it's pretty tight in there. And it does come clear in the end. This is dangerous. Ryan Burley got shoved off the ball. Oh, my word. That was Ferraro gave him the shove. And the
If
kick
you don't mind, umpire.
It's a goal.
Jeez.
I tell you what. Let's just watch the replay. I took my eyes off the play just for a moment, but it was Ryan Burley. As we look in the top of the replay there, he got shoved off the ball. That's about as blatant as you'll see.
Brett, I reckon we should introduce the VAR into the system, shouldn't we?
So it was Ferraro that finished up with a goal, but I tell you what, he needs to go out and buy a Taps Lotto ticket tonight because he was very fortunate there. And the margin extended. It's 6-6-42 to 3-3-1. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've had already 5 minutes in the second term.
I reckon I'm just about going to call that game over for Donvale against
I thought you were going to call this one over.
Go on the early crow here.
A couple more surprising results. Scoresby 38-14, Surrey Park, and Forest Hill 44 to Kilsyth 10.
Oh,
okay,
right.
that's
I did say Scoresby.
You did, yeah. That's an impressive call there by Brash. I think it was off air though.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
it was unfortunately.
So we can't verify that. Sorry, everyone.
No evidence.
So Batsanis is the one to take it. Punches it inside forward 50 there for Templestowe. Nagel was there, but at ground level is Joel Burley taking in a sling tackle, and Templestowe, they don't like the attention that Jessop's been getting there from Young.
Nagel didn't attack the ball then when he had the opportunity. It was his turn to go.
Yellow card for Jessop.
Yeah, fair enough.
Matthew Jessop off the ground temporarily now for Templestowe. And he's been good today, so not the best play you want to lose.
Yeah.
No, yeah, he has had a good start. But there's been quite a few, though, as well.
Yeah, that's true. Templestowe have had, on all lines, some really good performers today. As Eckert, he found a man out wide. And Heathmont will go forward. Here is Burley again. He's racking up a lot of possessions in this part of the ground here at half-back. Little chip. Finds, I think that's his brother, Joel. He's got a good kick on him. He's probably one of the best foot skills in the team. And it's Isaacs with a fly. Takes it down. And on the wing, it traverses the wing there now. It's a 2-on-2 situation there at half forward. Tackle laid by Bailey Stevens. And we'll get another ball up.
I think Heathmont are trying to go for a high position to try and keep the ball and get some momentum going back their way here.
Really trying to take control and maybe limit the amount of stoppages there are as well, because the clearance game's been really good for Templestowe.
Yes.
So burying his way in there was Batsanis. He ended up having to lay the tackle there, and we'll get another ball up. Just the 7.5 minutes gone in this second quarter. 42-21, Templestowe leading. Tap out by Mitchener. He's going to find Harrowell. He buries his way in. It's probably going to be another ball up here as Bailey Stevens ends up at the bottom of the pack. So once more, umpire will come in and just try and get this game restarted. Mitchener tapped it down, and it's an easy clearance there for Templestowe. Kick off the deck on the hard volley. That was Eckert, but had to challenge there for the ball. Ryan Burley swings his way in. Eckert was there again. No clean possession here until Templestowe pick it up. That was well done. So they're going to work it out through a chain of handballs. Back to Mitchener, and he just puts it, slams it on the boot. It's a floating ball towards the boundary. And let's go to the score centre as it went out on the full. Let's go to the score centre, sorry. The stats centre with Paul Iaconi.
The tackles this quarter are 6-4 in favour of Heathmont.
So it's back in play. And they'll...
that's
a dangerous kick. Van Leeuwen's got a bit of work to do. He's under a fair bit of pressure. Got it away. There are all sorts of pressure here. I think that was, I was going to say Billy, but it was Brown who overran it. And it's been taken there by Warren, and he's copped a high shot. Just a series of errors there, and that's bad play.
He was a bit stiff, though, because actually as he grabbed him in the right area, but he just slipped at the right moment for Templestowe player, and that drew that extra around the neck.
So comedy of errors, and it's going to be Josh Warren who will go back and line up for his first of the day, and this won't be a good start to the second term for the Heathmont side. So the Dockers looking pretty good at the moment. Here's number 9, Josh Ryan, trying to kick his first of the day. A couple of big puffs as he comes in. It shouldn't be a difficult kick for him, but I'm not going to say anything else as he kicks it, and he's missed it. So opportunity there, but Heathmont get a let off, and they'll be happy with that too. 6-7-43 to 3-3-21, and we've had, in fact, this quarter fair flying by 9.5 minutes already.
Just got a quick score here from Knox Gardens Reserve. Knox have kicked 4 unanswered goals against the Basin, now lead by 11 points.
Oh.
looking for their first win of the season.
Yeah, it could be a good one for them if they've got to keep playing though.
So it's Joel Burley to bring it in here for the Jets. Kicks it out towards left half back there. McDonald was on that roved it. Got it to Eckert. He puts on a turn of pace and kicks it. Finds a one-on-one contest there and a good, strong mark taken. That's Mullinger McHugh, I believe. High ball towards another one-on-one situation there, but just got disposed of there, the Jets player, and Templestowe now to take it away. This is Mustafa, who's got a bit of work to do against Van Leeuwen.
Oy.
Managed to squeeze a kick along the boundary line. It was just safe. Made the best of a really difficult situation there to Mustafa as we go down to Dylan Smith.
Yeah, guys, the Templestowe guys at this point just look a bit too big and strong, don't they, around all the contest?
Yeah, certainly got a bit of a size factor. Mitchen is the start of that.
And there is Mitchener again, gets the tap down almost casually there to Nagel. Working his way through was Fogarty. And his kick falls for a 2-on-2 situation. Harrell was there, but it's just gone over the boundary line right in front of us. And we'll get a throw in.
So they might have dodged a bullet there, Templestowe, because that easily could have been given as deliberate out of bounds. We've seen worse.
We have indeed. So
half-time score, South Belgrave 38 to Croydon 29.
So closer than I would have expected there.
Yeah, Blues hanging in there. They were in front at quarter time.
It's not too bad.
Evenly poised.
So back into play here. Getting the tap down. Templestowe, but it was Wade Van Leeuwen that roved it. Heron was tackled over the line by Nagel right in front of the interchange benches, and we'll get another ball in. 11 and a half minutes gone here at H.E Parker in this second quarter. Heathmont 3-3-21, Templestowe 6-7-43 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. So Heathmont with quite a bit of work to do, a bit of a hill to climb here. And they're going to need to really start figuring things out as Ryan Giovannini was tackled as he took it out of the ruck. And his kick there found Jai Hardwick, who was tackled as well, and we'll get a ball up. So Giovannini, this is Ryan, of course, Campbell Evans, both in the ruck, and it was roved now by Haynes. Kicks it to a bit of a contest down there. Good mark taken there. Safe hands with Mullinger McHugh. So this is the link up that they needed here, Heathmont. That kick was a little bit wide for Bajramov, but he made it work.
Needs to find his way into the game a bit more, Bajramov.
And that might be why he's working a little bit further up forward. So his kick inside forward 50, no mark taken there. Roved by O'Connor and snapped by Heron. It was smothered. Young buries his way in and was taken high.
Yep, that was there.
That was there, and this is a golden opportunity for Heathmont to just try and start bridging that gap. It's been
Ryan Young.
It's been a difficult day for them so far.
Just the importance there, getting your hands on the footy first, which is something that Templestowe have certainly done across the afternoon so far, and a good chance here. Bring the margin back.
Well, they need this goal.
4 goals for the year for Ryan Young. Can he add a 5th? He comes in on that angle.
I reckon he's missed it. No, he hasn't.
And we'll watch the goal up here for a second, and it is a goal. So Heathmont just starting to claw their way back, 4-3-27 to Templestowe 6-7-43. We're at 13 and a half minutes gone here in this second quarter.
It came back to the Mullinger McHugh mark here on the wing and set that up. He could have blazed away, but saw that he had an option there in Bajramov to hit up, and that was good, linking up going forward and making the most of their opportunities when they do enter the inside 50.
What they've got to do now, Heathmont, is they've got to get another one. They can't afford to let Templestowe reply and pull it back out to that 23-point mark. They need the next goal again, Heathmont, I should say.
So Malone battling against Mitchener on the ruck, undersized, but he did okay as the ball goes forward again. Under a bit of pressure, the punch from one of the Templestowe defenders isn't a particularly good one. Little handball out, and they'll come inside 50 through Haynes. Haynes gets it to the goal square. Running back with the flight of the footy, that was Isaacs, I think, but the ball spills loose. Trying to get his hands on it, there was Quirk on the ground, and they'll be happy with the stoppage. In a good position here for the Heathmont side. Such a strange sort of game. You feel like Templestowe are well on top, but if Heathmont can get a goal here, suddenly it's back to 10 points, and not for the first time in the game. As it's taken out of there by the big man Mitchener. He's really starting to dominate. The kick down there, great mark. Haynes it is. He's played pretty well, Jordan Haynes. Little short kick, trying to hit a target. That's just too easy. And they'll have the opportunity to go back and take the shots. What is going on here? A little bit of how's your father?
It's a good point you make, though, because he's been he's been able to stand up, Haynes, in the first half and been one of their better players and just uses the ball so well. He doesn't miss many targets.
Yeah, I don't think I think he's had 7 or 8 touches and he hasn't wasted one yet.
So it's going to be Evans who's going to take the shot. Big Campbell Evans.
I think you'll find it's Mullinger McHugh.
Oh, it is.
Oh, it is too. Mullinger McHugh. So Mullinger McHugh strikes it. How's it looking? I reckon he's got it. Beautiful kick. Straight over the goal umpire's hat. And that's another goal for Heathmont. We said if they could get the next one, they'd be feeling very, very good. We'll go to the boundary in a sec, but it's 6-7-43 to 5-3-33. Blake Tennant down boundary side.
This is a quick one. I feel like Heathmont now are just lowering their eyes a bit more, looking for the targets. And you guys talk about Ahan. I'm really sorry, I can't pronounce the last name.
Bajramov.
Yeah, he's always been a key target for him, but I saw when Scott Hammer was presenting his side, he's moved him up the ground a bit, as you said, Brash. So expects him to be a high half forward this quarter.
So back into the ruck here. It's Malone versus Mitchner. Mitchner gets the tap down, and Giovannini of the Carl variety gets the clearance. It's a long kick inside Templestowe's forward 50. It clears the entire pack, the whole fence, and into the trees. It's gone over the line.
Geez, old mate over there eating his pie could at least go and get the ball.
Let's go to the Paul in the stat centre.
6 inside 50s to 5 in this second quarter in favour of Heathmont.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a seesawing situation here for the territory battle during the quarter.
It's mainly been the stoppages have been in the middle, so that's probably the reason for lack of inside 50s.
So it was a good tap down there by Malone, and it was Joel Burley to find Heathmont's way out of defensive 50. Bit of a skirmish on the wing here as Caleb Quirk just desperately tries to reach for it. Harry Isaacs laying a good tackle there at ground level. Umpire will come in and ball it up, however.
Heathmont have not got one man in their forward 50.
It's interesting how far they're pushing their forwards up. Mullinger McHugh manages to get that tap down. Toby Ryan couldn't take it. Now it's a kick forward here for Heathmont. Ferraro's the first onto it. Grierson's the one to challenge him. It's a kick out of hope there for Ferraro, but the hope had arrived. It was Melitsis. His kick, Quirk cut that off really well with a punch. Grierson takes the crumb. He's been set upon, however, there. And it was Warren, I believe, who did that. And we'll get a ball up there right in front of Templestowe's interchange bench.
Bit of a crowd favourite there, the old Cookie Grierson.
And it's been taken there by Carl Giovannini. He was tackled. And it was Heron, I believe, wrapped up there.
Update out at Baldwin, 58-6, the Tigers lead.
G-O.
The tackle count in this second quarter is 10-7 in favour of Heathmont.
And it was a free kick there to Mitchiner out of that contest. His kick found space mostly, but it was Templestowe. You're right there, Paul. They are out. Good contest inside forward 50. It was taken to ground, spilt out, and it was Nagel to kick the goal outside of the boot. Great snap. Templestowe get their 7th. Let's go to the boundary line with Blake Tennant.
Geez, how good was that ball vision there by Mitchiner? Just the experience of him. No wonder why he's been the team of the year the last couple of years now in Division 1. And like Paul says, they were definitely out there. They were creating one-on-ones. Templestowe out there. So, and now, as you can see, Mitchiner is now going to the forward line.
Actually, that was a very fortuitous kick there by Mitchiner because it was very speculative because the Templestowe player really didn't nearly get the bounce of the ball there, and it just bounced up for him at the right time. So when he hit it, he was already 5 metres in front of his opponent.
Yeah, it was the skipper, I think, who collected that well. So, yeah, it's one of those dangerous ones. It can work out really well for you like that, or it can go the other way.
So Matt Nagel's goal, another contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, as it's one out of the head out by Malone. Knocked forward, chasing it through there as Batsanis tries to pick it up one-handed. Can't do so, but he gets another bite at the cherry, and they're going to go inside 50 again here. Here's the kick, but it's a wide one. Bouncing awkwardly over there, trying to get his hands on it was Horowell. Still in there, diving on it was Ryan Burley. He's been really good on this quarter. He started to come into the game, trying to dominate. Brace, would you think about throwing Ryan Burley into the middle at some point?
Yeah, I would. Anything to try and change it up a bit. Yeah, so I'd be in for that.
They go inside 50. The kick's over the top of Horrible, and they should be able to get out of this as it's in the hands now of, I think that was Joel Burley, as he slams it down the ground. Nice mark taken there by Mullinger McHugh. Mullinger McHugh taking a bit of time, decides just to go short. Marked there by Grierson. So 16-point margin at the moment, but pretty much it's about as big as it's got, because every time it gets out to this margin, Heath might seem to get the next one. To get it back, that's a dangerous ball though, but they managed to get out of it. Burley it was, of the Joel variety. Now they're inside 50. Can they hit a target? Very nearly. Ball goes to ground. It's Giovannini who's taken in a good tackle. And they'll force a stoppage, so danger still on here. Good tackle by Liam Douglas. Up it goes. A bit of a little draw in the, probably may give that one to Giovannini as the ball goes into the hands here, and he's an easy goal.
Oh, wow.
Well, that was just a bit too soft. And they get their goal again. Heathmont, that's the second time, third time really, that they've been able to get a late one, or one just to bring it back to that 10-point margin. And it's Mullinger McHugh who gets it, and once again, they strike just when they need to. It's back to a 10-point margin. 7-7-49, plays 6-3-39, and the Bendigo Bank scoreboard just into time on.
Reward for effort there for Ryan Young, because he could have easily given up on the contest and let that run out of bounds, but he made a contest and created something from nothing, and that provided Mullinger McHugh with basically a simple kick and goal.
Boronia lead Mulgrave at Tormore Reserve 49-7, and Ringwood have kicked 4 in a row to hit the lead over Waverley Blues by 5 points.
That's an interesting matchup there.
Yeah,
for sure.
that one, yeah.
All right, back into the centre. Malone, who's gone into the centre for the past few ruck contests. Giovannini of the Ryan variety, wrapped up. So, get another ball up. We've ticked into time on. 21.5 minutes gone in the second quarter. Templestowe 49, Heathmont 39. Just keeping touch with the Jets. Fogarty, however, through the centre. This has been their strength, Templestowe. Finding the outside now through McClellan. He was tackled, however, wrapped up. Not quite wrapped up, but lost handle on the ball. Spilled out here to Batsanis. He was shoved over. Great work there by Haynes. Gets the ball over to Douglas. It was a good trap by Haynes. Now a 2-on-2 situation here for the Jets. Watson just saves it from going over the boundary line. Sees Jessup, who's come back on from that yellow card, and he's just infringed once again. Not as egregious as his last infringement, but it was just blocking in the marking contest. So Haynes will take the free kick. He bites off that 45 kick and gets it to O'Connor. We actually saw Paddy O'Connor's debut here last year against Boronia, and his kick, he'll want that back because it was swallowed up whole there by Templestowe. And it looks like that's Ryan Giovannini. Kick is going to try and find McClellan, but it just spilled out of the back of the contest. Is McDonald going to be the first to it? He just held his man in pursuit of the ball. And a bit of feeling there in that situation, and it was Schwarzer who's going to take the free kick. We got Paul in the stat centre.
Free kick count in this second quarter, 4-3 in favour of Templestowe.
Oh, what an ankle breaker there for Schwarzer. Poor McDonald fell over in pursuit of him, but the kick inside 50 from Schwarzer just bounces harmlessly over the line.
That was actually, he didn't do enough with that, Schwarzer. I thought that was really poor play then.
Yeah, he had time to think about it and try and figure out an inside, a better route inside 50, and just trailed harmlessly there over the line. 23 minutes gone in this second quarter. Throw in the forward line for Templestowe. Kick around the corner there by Hardwick. Harrowell's going to try and scrap for it. Just drags it in. Umpire says nothing doing. Another tackle laid there by Heathmont. It's an absolute scrap there at ground level. No clean possession. Just good hand-to-hand combat. And the umpire will come in and break it up once again.
I do feel like the Jets' pressure has certainly risen in this second quarter.
Yeah, that's definitely been the case, and it's needed to here around the clearances as Fogarty just gets a kick as he was tackled towards the boundary line. Pursued there by Hancock.
Well, I would have been disappointed, really, if Templestowe probably go into half-time with a 5-goal break, because I don't think that I think Heathmont have worked extremely hard to get back into the contest, and I don't think I would have seen that result coming.
So 24 minutes gone here. Throw in the Templestowe forward line once again. Good tackle there laid by Brown. That's Declan Brown.
But the one thing I will say, Ryan, is when Templestowe seem to be able to respond when Heathmont keep coming at them, and that's a sign, a good side of a good side.
Yeah. Mitchener just buffets his opponent out of the way in the ruck, but it's Heathmont to get the clearance. It's come down to the wing now. Picked up, however, by Goldsmith. Hands it off to Militsis. His kick is an aggressive one towards centre half forward. Good punch there by Young. It's spilt to the front and centre of Haynes. He's just going to go for a bounce, find a handball out into space. It was backwards, and now Tink gets the kick forward. He finds safe hands of Harry Isaacs, who's
he's saying
go forward. He needs options up there, and he's found one. Can they take the mark? No, it was a good punch there from Templestowe. Watson tackled by Evans. Mustafa is in there, gets the handball out to Goldsmith. His kicks are high, up and under. Shoved under it was O'Connor. Isaacs there again. He recovered the ball. And it's going to be a ball up there at left half forward. Let's go into the stat centre with Paul.
Just adding on Heathmont's pressure in this quarter, they lead the tackle count 16-9, so they have responded in a big way as far as tackling pressure goes.
That they have back into the contest. I think that was Giovanni on the bottom of that. There's Ryan, who takes possession, and Templestowe get out of their defensive 50 for the moment. McDonald with a punch forward, bouncing around over there for the other Giovanni. That's Ryan. Now it's picked up, and here they come, Templestowe. Pass and board, nicely taken by Fogarty, had to stoop. Now here's a great opportunity now for them to go forward. They're inside 50, a little chip across, trying to find a target, but that might be a free kick.
Yeah, it is.
It is. So it was Schwarzer who got basically knocked off the ball. And in fact, no, he's given it to Heathmont. I thought it was going to go the other way as we go to the boundary side anyway with Dylan Smith.
Yeah, guys, Heathmont are desperately trying to get Mullinger McHugh one out here in the forward line. They're pushing all the other forwards up and really trying to get that mismatch.
And so it's in the hands of Haynes, who goes across. They'll be just happy just to chip it around here, Heathmont maybe.
That was against Templestowe, Brett, for a front on.
Okay, fair enough. I got a bit confused, I must say, because the ball is in the hands there. It was in Evans, but he couldn't take it on the grounds. Once again, the old ball between the leg tricks. That's the one we used to play as kids, I think. As the kick down the line from Heathmont, can they? No, they can't. They can't get it past the man back there. And Watson goes wide. Heathmont, they've been good at this, just chipping it around, controlling it. Not so much that time, though, as Miletus got a ball out and they're having to go backwards. Once again, that's Watson. And it's all a bit untidy from Templestowe.
Yeah, they're mucking around with it here.
They are, just trying to kill some time maybe, instead of going for the goal. Little handball out there from McDonald. Now it's in the hands of Nagel. Nagel's going to go inside 50, trying to hit a target, but safe and back there was Hancock, and he takes the mark.
And Lindback will be pretty frustrated there because he did lead into space, and certainly the kick didn't suit him.
It was a rare moment or rare passage of play where Templestowe's skills just weren't quite, hitting the mark there. And so the kick outside defensive 50 for Heathmont found a punch out over the line, but that's the end of the second quarter. Anyway, Heathmont are at 6-3-39, Templestowe 7-7-49 here at H.E Parker. Intriguing matchup here we've got on our hands. Let's go to Brett Beston with some of the major goal kickers for this game.
So just the two multiple goal kickers, one for either side. Dean Lindback's got a couple for the Templestowe side, and Bailey Stevens, adding to his 30 goals that he's had for the season, has kicked two. But a pretty interesting game. We're at half time, so we're halfway through, and it's 7-7-49. The Templestowe side, who have that 10-point lead over the Heathmont Jets, 6-3-39. We'll come back after the break and analyse all the action from the first half.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to the Eastland Senior Men's Match of the Round between the Heathmont Football Club and the Templestowe Dockers. My name's Blake Sand. I'll be hosting the halftime show here for you today. We've got of course, we mentioned this on our pre-game show, we've got a debutant coming in today. That man is Dylan Smith. Dylan, talk us through the game, mate. What have you seen and how's it all going for you in your first game?
Oh, yeah, it's been great, guys. As for the game, it's a little bit different to how I expected it as far as the gameplay went. For Heathmont in the first quarter, I was a little bit worried for them, to be honest. Like it looked like it could have started to get to a bit of a blowout, but they really worked their way back into that second quarter. I think Haynes got going in the midfield, and they just started to win more ground balls around the ground, and they got a few forward 50 stoppages that they scored from as well. So I think we've got a really good second half coming up.
Indeed. Just before we get to the scores with our great mate Ryan Long, we'll just talk a bit more. But Brian Mitchell, his influence on the game has just been absolutely superb. Ryan, you can answer this if you want, and also Dill. How good has Brian Mitchell been? He's definitely been very lively up forward.
He has, and in the ruck too, he just uses his body so well, so he wins most of those contests, and he's had a few opponents play on him. He's played predominantly in the ruck the whole game in this first half, and uses it well to getting it down to the likes of Fogarty, Nagel, Giovannini's had a strong start to the game, and then even guys like I thought in the first quarter there, Jessup was really good before he came off. A few others there in Ryan Ferraro, they all seemed to get involved, and that's where they were really dominating early on in the clearances. And that's probably something that Heathmont maybe evened up a little bit in that second quarter and took the most of their opportunities up forward. But it's just very handy to have that sort of player there, Blake, who can win your first use of the ball. And we knew that last year. They had really strong midfield. Some of those guys were all there. But when you add in a Division 1 ruckman of his quality, it makes a big difference.
It feels a little bit like Heathmont don't really know what to do with him, to be honest. They've tried Mullinger on him, and they've also had Evans, I think, in there as well. And neither's really worked, and he's just giving them first use all the time. And those big body mids, they're just getting to everything, getting it to the outside, and Templestowe really get to play their own game.
And I think you can also, if you give up that spot and just rove to Mitchener, you can sort of still work your way in. And then Mullinger Mayhew got involved in that game more up the ground, had a good few marks, around that half forward line, kicked a couple of goals. So, and as you said, Dylan, you pointed out, they seem to be looking to isolate him one-on-one.
He's making them, the Heathmont guys, always have to play that defensive position too. Their midfielders are always in the defensive position, and they just can't get it on their terms at all.
Just a quick one. We do have an opposition, boys. I know it's been all Templestowe, but Heathmont, they're a team that just flies under the radar, and then they win the 1 or 2 point win. What can we see that Scott Hamill can do to get Heathmont over the line and win today? Like, can we see?
Still, 10 points the margin. They haven't played their best footy yet, so they're clearly still in this. We know how strong of a defensive side they are. They are missing a couple plays down back, but they've been able to score pretty well when they've made the most of their opportunities. When they've gone inside 50, even a couple of scrap kicks in there, they've been able to score from Dylan. And they're certainly in this game if they can just lower the influence of Mitchell and the likes of their midfielders of Templestowe's. They're certainly right in this game.
Yeah, and they got their game going in the back end of that second quarter, didn't they? Like
Yeah.
we actually saw it. They started to control the game a little bit more, and when they could get it to Mullinger when they pushed him forward, they looked pretty good.
Yeah, they do. And that was a much better quarter, as you said. And defensively, they started to steady up as well in that second quarter, Blake.
All right, so tips, boys, before we head into scores?
It's got to be Templestowe still. Definitely playing the better style at the moment, yeah.
I'll stick with Heathmont because I tipped him at the start of the afternoon, and I think they got themselves back in this game in that quarter. They're going to do a lot. They're going to have to do a lot to win it from here, but it's only 10 points, so I think they're still a big chance.
Yeah, I think I've got to stay with my tip, but as we've been seeing the progress scores of Heathmont in the last couple of weeks, they just keep winning that 3-point win. All right, let's go to Ryan Long now. He's got the scores for us.
Yeah,
I'm coming.
I'll give you some of the halftime scores here. Not all of them in yet, but Baldwin 59-12 lead Berwick. South Croydon, Doncaster East tied at the moment, 5 goals, 6-36 apiece. Noble Park had a better second quarter there at Domini Reserve, 9-6-60, leading the Sharks, 6-1-37. East Ringwood with a 3-point lead over Blackburn, 7-4 to 6-7. Doncaster worked themselves back in that game in that second quarter, 4-5-29, trailing the Eagles 6-5-41. Let's jump into Division 1 here. A couple of results, as we said before, South Belgrade with a 10-point lead at half-time. Beaconsfield 46 to Lilydale, just the 3 behinds. Another blowout at Walker Park. Mitcham 10-7-67 to Bayswater 1-7-13. Wanturna South trailed North Ringwood by 2 points. 5-4 to 5-6. That was an interesting one. We wanted to see how they'd travel on the road, and so far so good for the Saints. East Burwood got back on top in the second quarter. They're in front at half-time. Haven't got the score right in front of me, but I know they are back in that game. Ringwood have kicked 4 goals, 10-34, but lead Waverley Blues 4-3-27. That's an interesting result there. Bronia 49 to Mulgrave 14. Jumping into Division 3, it is Fair Park 61 to Whitehorse 52, leading there by 9 points. Oakley District had a better second quarter at Princess Highway Reserve, back to 20 points there, 8-7 to 5-5. Out Sylvan, a big quarter there for the Cats, 8-5-53, trail Ferntree Gully 9-3-57. Warrandyte and Coldstream, a must-win game for both sides. Warrandyte trailing by 10 points, 7-3 to 9-1. And then jumping into Division 4, just quickly, Forest Hill increasing their lead over Kilsyth. Surrey Park got that margin back to 6, and Croydon North by 1 point over Nunawading.
And have we got the Scoresby Surrey Park one too?
Yeah, Scoresby by 6 points. Got to go for a break though. No Josh Ford comments.
All right, thank you for listening. We'll be back straight after this. Enjoy your footy.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the H.E Parker Reserve, an intriguing second division clash out here this afternoon, and it's Heathmont against Templestowe. Of course, Heathmont the home side, but at the moment they're just trailing on the scoreboard, but well and truly in this game, 7-7-49 to 6-3-39. Templestowe are back on the ground, as are Heathmont, as we just quickly go to the panel and maybe get some thoughts on what might happen in the second quarter. Brash, how do you see this, second half, how do you see this second half unfolding?
I think the opening 10 minutes of the third quarter is going to be the key moment in the match, because I think Templestowe will want to try and hit Heathmont with a couple of quick goals to push that margin out to over 20 points, and then try and ran home that advantage. I just feel that Heathmont, they haven't played their best football yet, but they haven't looked like that they haven't looked like winners yet so far, Brett. And I think until they get some momentum and possibly hit the front, I just see Templestowe Ryan having all the answers at this stage.
Yeah, and I think at half-time there I said I'm sticking with Heathmont just off my tip at the pre-game. But you're right, they haven't played their best footy yet, but probably the fact that they're only 10 points down is good signs, and they are able to hold sides to low scores, and I'm certainly thinking they started to slow Templestowe down in that second quarter with a better performance down back. So we'll see how they go.
That's right, as we get things started in this second term. Here's Jared.
So back into the centre we are. Tink with the very quick clearance there. Isaac's the target there. Shoved out a little bit by Alex Brown, but umpire says nothing doing. So Brown, who has had a great year so far, I haven't called his name too much, got it to Fogarty, and now the run of Templestowe is going to get to work. Giovannini did well there, finding the ball out the back, just carries it towards the arc, kicks it towards the goals. And good defensive work back there by Hancock. It's going to incur the throw-in.
Gee, they moved the ball real quick there, Templestowe.
Oh, yeah. They've done it a couple of times this afternoon.
Yeah, Giovannini was very good. He had a lot of space and a lot of time. Might have wanted that kick back a little bit, though. So, in the throw-in there, in the ruck, Malone, who's doing a lot of the ruck work today, gets it down to Eckert. He has a phone booth to work in, fires the handball out to Griss. It's a high up and under. This is dangerous for Heathmont. Fogarty's there, camped onto the ball. It comes down to Van Leeuwen. He was tackled out of it, and that was incorrect disposal. So Templestowe to get an early shot at goal here in the third quarter. And it's going to be Nagel. It's going to be Nagel to take this one. He's already got one. That came in the second quarter. He's got 8 goals for the year so far, Matty Nagel. Let's go to the boundary line with Dylan Smith real quick.
Yeah, guys, just looking at the ground conditions, it's quite greasy down here now, so I think there Van Leeuwen, it might have just slipped out of his hands.
Nagel trots in. It's a straight kick. That's as perfect as you want for Templestowe. Matty Nagel extends the lead to 16 points here early in the third quarter.
Actually, they're probably lucky there. Because Templestowe, because when Eckert got tackled, his first instinct when he handballed is he actually handballed to the right in front of the goal face, and it was just lucky that Templestowe didn't actually capitalise on that mistake, but they did when the time came. They got their deserved right reward there. And
their forward half have been really impressive. We've been able to lock it in, have a lot of pressure on the Heathmont defenders.
So back in play, not the start that Heathmont wanted in this second half, but nonetheless, they're still well and truly in it. Ball on the ground. And it's going to get wrapped up pretty much, and no chance of it coming out of there. The umpire says we'll have a ball up. So 2.5 gone in this second half. Up they go. Look at Mitchener. He just stands there and belts it out into the arms of Ryan, who's taken the ground. Good tackle. I've been impressed with Ryan's game. He's been one of the better performed Templestowe players this afternoon. There's been a few others though. There's Mitchener goes up again, having an absolute field day in the ruck as the ball comes out, but nicely done there by Young. Gets a ball off. Now they're out here, a chance to get the ball forward. Ryan Burley. Ryan goes down the line. Good mark taken by Connor. They probably could do with the next one, Heathmont. It's a good little passage of play. Good Mullinger McHugh gets a quick handball off, and they'll go inside 50. Now this is the kick that they need to find the target, but it's gone to ground. Nicely done there by Melitsis. Got a bit of work to do. That's a dangerous kick out there towards Warren. He's got a lot of work to do, but he does pretty well in the end, and he just got his kick out. Danger not over there. It's going to come back though. Picked up over there by Grayson. He slipped on the greasy turf. There is a little bit of rain going around now. Now here's Wade Van Leeuwen. He puts it to the hot spot. Go back. Great mark. Brilliant mark by Malone. That was superb play. Just ran into the hole.
What a kick by Van Leeuwen.
Oh, yeah, good spot there. And just on that contest before, no one stayed down for him. So they were lucky that they were able to create a couple more opportunities. And I think you're right, that Dylan's right. Those conditions out there seem to have gone a little bit worse.
Yeah, just a bit of light rain falling, so it just made things a little bit greasy. So here he comes, Malone. This is a big kick. He's got it. The crowd were going up early, and the goal umpire was nodding. He's given the signal, and that's a very good goal and a much-needed goal as Liam Malone puts it through. And that margin, once again, back to that 10 points where it's been for much of the game. 8-7-55, 7-3-45, 4.5 gone, third term.
Well, this is a contest that this is what you expect from second playing third. We don't, these two sides have played extremely well to get to where they are so far. And I don't think this game will go down to the wire unless one of these sides gets a 10-minute period from now towards the end of the game that's going to put the game out of reach.
I'd have to say it's probably most likely Templestowe to do that just with the form so far during this game, but we can't count the Jets out. Not at this stage. So back into the centre, Mitchener gets the tap down. Batana's tried to follow it up. Evans, though, gave it up. And Malone lays a tackle on Melitsis. Give him a bit of how's that? So back into the umpire's hands. Tap down once again by Mitchener. He's been dominating the ruck so far. Ryan just lost a handle on it. And a tackle there laid by Carl Giovannini. Once again, ball up, 5.5 minutes gone. Templestowe 55, Heathmont 45 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Mitchener, tap down again. So, can Heathmont rove it this time? Little quick disposal there out towards Evans, who was tackled as he took it. And it looks like the umpire's called...
Ball up?
Yeah.
Looks like just a ball up.
One thing I've liked about Heathmont in this quarter, they're not giving their Templestowe's midfielders any space in these contests.
They're really able to close the space here in these clearances. As a very muddied up Ryan Young lays the tackle there. It's starting to get hard to see his number.
And with that, obviously, we're getting a lot more ball ups, but they're happy to give away Mitchener have the tap out as long as it doesn't kill him.
Yeah, exactly. And this time he taps it straight down to Haynes, so that's okay for Heathmont. Tackle laid by Hardwick, however. And we'll get another ball up. So a bit of a slow play here.
I thought the umpire was going to play holding the ball there. He started to make the signal. I think he changed his mind.
Just to get things going again, as Mitchener does this time, gets the handball from the ruck contest, and Templestowe will go forward. Bouncing ball towards Schwarzer. Takes it, hands it off to Warren. Warren, short little kick to Batsanis. Oh, he just juggles the mark. So, sorry, yep, Batsanis. It was... He's just outside of the arc here when he takes his kicks, so it's going to be intriguing to see whether or not he goes for this goal, whether or not he trusts that boot on him. And he's posturing as if he's going to perhaps take a shot.
I don't reckon he's got the distance brace to you.
He's,
no.
Interesting. No, he's just speared the ball towards Limback, and that's exactly what they needed there. Heathmont unable to cut that off.
You'd almost telegraph that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You know,
so.
And Heathmont fell for the 3-card trick there. They were ball watching there, and then Limback stole a 2-metre break, and that was all he needed.
So Limback to put this margin back out to 16 points. He's got 1 goal for the game so far. Dean Limback coming off 7 goals in his first game of the year for Templestowe last week. Dangerous player, dangerous boot.
Nah. Oh, he's got it.
And Heathmont feel it. Dean Limback kicks Templestowe away once again. 16-point margin. It's going to be 9-7-61 to Heathmont. 7-3-45. 8 minutes gone in the third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And Brash is just such an interesting player because he won't touch the ball much. 9 touches last week, scored off everyone. Pretty similar today. Once he gets it and he's in range, he'll kick his set shots, and that's what he's paid. That's what he's there to do. It just kick goals, and he's made the most of his opportunities already.
So the thing is now with Heathmont, they need a 10-minute window, Ryan, to get back in the contest. But they've got to find 6 goals to try and put some pressure back on Templestowe. And I can't see them doing that at the moment.
So what they do need is back-to-back goals, which they've really struggled with today. As Batsana's hot go gets it off the ground. There's Ryan Burley picking it up. He's got a bit of time to decide what he wants to do. Give a pass off to Isaacs was the call. And it goes out wide. Nice mark taken by O'Connor. It's a bit like Groundhog Day, as I say. It's got out to 16 points, then back to 10, then back out to 16 as they go forward again. Good mark there taken by Malone. Liked his game today. Liam Malone, as he hoists it high towards the 50-metre arc. Up they fly. Going over the top there was Isaacs, and it's been marked by Evans. But he's not going to go for, in fact, it's too far out anyway, so he just decides to put it to the hot spot. Can they get a mark? Going down there was McCullough.
Dropped it.
It's poor. Surely the umpire's not going to pay it, though. And Templestowe get out of jail, but they've given it away. Slipping over there was Isaacs. And
what a goal.
Yeah, that's a great goal. That's goal of the day, Bailey Stevens. That's excellent.
Well, it was a comedy of errors as Templestowe were trying to bring it out, and it was marked, then it was dropped, and we'll go to the boundary in just a sec. But look at Bailey Stevens. He got the handball off. Bang, through it goes, and that is the goal of the day contender. Well, the clubhouse leader with Tobin Brothers, and Bailey Stevens gets his 3rd of the day.
Well, we say Limback only needs a few touches to kick a few goals. I reckon Bailey Smith... he's only had 4 touches and he kicked 3 goals.
Very, very similar.
We'll go boundary side with Dylan Smith.
Yeah, guys, Bailey Stevens there was absolutely amazing. He should have got the free kick for the holding the ball and then followed it up with that lovely snap.
Yeah, you could just about give him play of the day too.
Yeah, excellent stuff there. So that's the one that Heathmont needed. A bit of opportunity taken there. Now, Mitchell has just infringed in the ruck there, and Malone will take the free kick out of the centre. So Heathmont with an opportunity to go forward quickly here. He had the running option to handball. He just kicked it into the back of the man on the mark, which you don't see too often, Malone. So Haynes is going to have to fight for it now. Burley of the Joel variety gets it back out to Malone. He's tackled. Haynes is in there again. And Templestowe will recover the ball. Quick chain of handballs there, finds Mitchener. And it's Batsanis to take the mark in the centre of the ground. So an opportunity potentially for Heathmont gone begging. Batsanis goes forward. Target down there, Ryan Giovanini couldn't quite take it, and it spilled out to Lee. He was tackled. Good stuff there for Heathmont, just to lock it up.
Going back to that kick, he wanted the runner, but he knew that he was being red hot by the Templestowe defender.
Yeah,
so
he wanted that
knew he had to kick it.
He wanted the do-si-do, and it didn't work for him.
So Lee just taps it down, came out to Ferraro, little scrubby kick forward. Hardwick's going to find it. He could kick the goal here. Tackled by McDonald. Is it going to trickle through? No, Heathmont just save it on the line.
What a goal-saving tackle that was. So, very lucky to get out of that. Heathmont, they're hanging in there though. Little short kick. Mark is taken there by it's Eckert. He's been all right today, Eckert. Switches to play out wide. No, taken over there. The quick play on though. Need to get down the other end though. And Mark is taken there. Quick play on by Quirk. Ball goes back inside. Quirk's got it again. Second time in about 10 seconds as he goes down the line. But it's been taken. It's been intercepted over there. And Templestowe survived for the moment. They just decide to slow it down. Little chip inside. So 19 points. No, sorry, my math is terrible. 9 points is the margin. There's the kick. And the mark is taken there by Mitchener. Some dangerous kicking here. Putting their teammates under pressure now. It's taken by Ferraro. Ferraro drills it. Good kick. Finds Giovanini. Quick play on now. Back to Ferraro. Ferraro's kick is a shocker. Here's an opportunity.
Luck's a fortune there.
Evans, he should have got there, but he got a bit of a bad bounce in the end, so maybe we'll let him off. As they go inside 50 again here, Templestowe, or very close to it. Bouncing around, claiming the mark there was
Limback, I think it was.
And he's put it through. So that's an absolute killer again. Heathmont going forward, looking threatening, and they've conceded the ball. They conceded the goal to Limback. It's his, by my reckoning.
Gee, that's well played by Limback.
Third of the day. So third of the day as we get into the boundary and catch up with Dylan.
Yeah, guys, that kick by Ferraro there, I think he might have done that on purpose, to be honest. Got that fast spinning ball out to the wing.
You feel like he had trust in Goldsmith to just hot foot a big guy like Evans.
Gee, Limback showed his class there because he went up for the ball and he used his hand to actually get the ball back on his terms and then managed to turn beautifully and swivel and kick that goal. Alan
Didak,
that was really, really good play. I think you've got to watch the replay to actually appreciate that goal there by Limback.
Bit of consternation out here on the ground as there might have been some 666
the number
related
of the beast
arguments, but ball up anyway. As Fogarty, he was able to get the clearance out to Ryan, now to Batsanis. Little high handball out to Mustafa. He's going to go inside forward 50. Where's the dangerous man? Limback, it's not there. It's Schwarzer. And he takes the mark in the pocket. So Templestowe really pressing now.
Yeah, just started to get on top again. And every time Heathmont seemed to push, Templestowe have had all the answers. And this one would... Getting it back out to the margin it would of 23 points would certainly hurt.
So Stephen Schwarzer, 5 goals so far this year. One of the Templestowe small forwards. Lots of skill. Is he skillful enough here to kick the goal from just on the boundary line? No, just missed. And that's a bit of a let-off there for Heathmont.
They've had a couple of opportunities, Heathmont, when they've been, Templestowe, when they've been around that 20-point mark to get it up to 26, 27. They just haven't been able to nail that goal yet.
So 18 points at the moment. And so if it goes the way that's gone this game, Heathmont will get the next one.
You're not wrong there, Brett.
Pat, the long kick, Bajramov couldn't quite get his hands on it. And it's been hooked in back into the field of play there. Bouncing around awkwardly, Burley. Funny little kick back inside. Where's it going to go? It's going to go straight to Watson. Bailey Watson just deciding to take a bit of time. Trying to find an opponent. A teammate, should I say, he goes out wide, kicks about a 3-on-1. It probably wasn't a great option. Ryan Burley on the ground, got a little handball out there. Quirk it was, and now they've turned it over again, though, as Templestowe go inside 50 or almost. Marked there by Schwarzer. Batsanis to the hot spot. Can they get a mark? No, still on the ground. Still dangerous, still there though. It's Warren who gets a little handball off, gets it back. Warren, he's right up against the boundary line. He'll do well to get it back inside. He does well. Mark not taken though. They're hanging on by the skin of their teeth. In fact, it was Mustafa who hooked it back.
Goal!
Mustafa over the head.
That's got to be up there for goal of the day.
That's a contender for the Tobin brothers goal of the day. Well said, Paul. Mustafa. Let's just watch the replay and you can see looked like it was going to break down, and Mustafa said, just hang on a sec, I'll just hook this one back over my head. Bit of a party trick, and through it goes, and that margin's starting to look dangerous now as it jumps out to a game high 24 points, 15 and a half played in the third term.
Yeah, is this where Templestowe put the foot down now, right, and try and press for victory? This is the time for them.
This is that 10-minute.
Yeah, this is his 10 minutes.
You're talking about.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. And for Heathmont, it's 5 minutes of hard work here.
Yeah, and the thing is, and they'll need 5 goals to get back into the contest.
So we'll see if they can throw another couple of punches here. The Jets, Grierson off the wing. He was taken high by the looks of it by Carl Giovannini, so he'll take the free kick. Heathmont with the opportunity to go forward. He ignored Brown, the man running past. He's got a bit of indecision there, does Grierson, and he's just going to kick it straight to Mitchell. You don't want to kick it to him, but it's fallen to ground, and it's fallen for, that was Douglas. Mullinger McHugh, kick round the corner, inside forward 50, and a good mark taken by the muddied up Young. So Ryan Young, he's going to go back. I'm not sure if he necessarily will have the boot on him for this one.
Well, I think in honesty, I think he's entitled to take the shot, Jared.
Will he take the responsibility on his shoulders?
He is a senior player.
So Ryan Young, very deliberate approach here. He's going to kick it right on the arc there. It's a floater of a kick, and it's just hit the post by the looks of it. Just a one behind for Heathmont. They move to 8-4-52 to Templestowe 11-9-75. 17 and a half minutes gone in this third quarter as we look at the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Just an update out at Roval at Seabeck, 9-9-63 the Hawks, to Norwood 6-6-42.
Oh! Great smother. The kick out was smothered brilliantly by Stevens, and they're under a fair bit of pressure, Templestowe, in the hands of Brown. He managed to get a handball off, gets it back, and they'll get out of danger, Templestowe, but that almost turns a disaster for them. And the mark is taken over there. Brilliant mark taken by that man Malone. Made a little error a couple of minutes ago, but by and large he's been very good today. That's a funny little handball though out to the man outside him, and Evans. Now it comes back inside. Up they go. No one gets their hands on it. Batsanis ran past it. There's Malone again. It's a really untidy piece of play. It seems to be since the rain started that things have got a little bit scrappy, and that's a high tackle, so it's going to be a free kick going the way of Heathmont. Here they come inside 50. Now, who's on top of the... Getting up there, Bajramov, he almost got it. Been scrabbled away there by Miletus. Bajramov again on the ground. Taken there by, I think it's number 15. I think it's Haynes who's tackled to the ground.
You know...
No, it's not Haynes. It's Heron.
I actually reckon Scott Hamill might want to try something a little bit out of the box, I reckon. I'd give Bajramov 5 minutes in the midfield. See if he can get some run going off, so he can run through some lines.
So it's Templestowe to take it away from their defensive 50. It was Ryan. Good kick down towards Nagel. Oh, it's just eluded him and been scooped up by Eckert. Bit of holding on there from Brown, but the umpire didn't see it. So Harry Isaacs takes the mark at centre half back for the Jets.
Got to use this now.
Yeah, they're going to have to go here. And it was Hancock, and he just kicked it straight into McClellan. Hands it off to Jessup, and Limback is free. You don't want that if you're Heathmont, because he's taken the mark. And form is he'll go back and kick the goal.
And that's been their Achilles heel, Heathmont, this afternoon. Their decision making under pressure, delivering delivering them to their players. It's hurt them here. Really
as soon as you turn that ball over in that sort of position of the ground,
gone.
Yeah. And especially with a player as he's got safe hands as Limback, and he's a trusty set shot at goal, at least from what we've seen in these 2 games that he's played for Templestowe so far. Dean Limback
doesn't miss
on goal. No, he does not. You called it right, Brash. Dean Limback gets his 4th for the game, 3rd for the quarter, as we go boundary side with Blake Tennant.
He's just getting out of hand, isn't he, boys? Just saying as well, maybe, Scott might need to put in a few changes, kind of like how, Mitchinek's kind of going at the moment, and it's just he's just a vocal point at the moment for him. So, yeah, good stuff here. Hopefully they need a couple changes.
I think what Scott Hamill's got to do, he's got to put his best, he's now going to put his best 4 players in the middle now.
He's got to put Ryan Burley in the middle. That's what I do.
I know they've got a few back down at the moment, so yeah.
So ball comes to ground. He's certainly got to move the magnets sooner rather than later, because this game is getting away. There's Ryan, liked his game today for the Dockers. Gets a little ball into the, was it almost marked over there, but it's still in play. No, it's out now. And the umpire says we'll have a throw. And you got any scores, Ryan, for us?
Yes, I do. Croydon North are in front by 22 points against Nuttawading, so that could be their first win of the season if they can hold on there. We'll jump in quickly. Division 3, Dunvale back out to a big lead over Oakley District, and Warrandyte in front by a point over Coldstream. So we'll keep an eye on those close
I got a feeling that one's going to go down to the wire.
So taken out of the ruck there by Mullinger McHugh towards the boundary, and they get a little handball out here, but they're under a fair bit of pressure, but they get the kick across goal. Always diving on it there was Burley of the Ryan variety. Joel is, the other Burley. And the ball is out of bounds.
And an update out at Mount Waverley Reserve. Waverley Blues back in control, 8-7-55 to Ringwood 4, 11-35.
So we've got the throw in here in the Templestowe forward line. It's been attempted to take it out of the ruck there by Mullinger McHugh, but the free kick's been paid.
Let's have a look at this. I want to have a look at this.
We'll have a look at the replay.
So Mullinger McHugh, what's he done here?
He's just shoved
Tell you
in
what,
the back.
that was very slight.
Yeah.
He can find himself very hardly done by there, Mullinger McHugh, because I think he milked it a bit here.
So it's going to be Jackson Lee kicked a goal earlier in this game for a tally of 4 goals for the season. And that's...
He's missed that.
He's missed that.
The umpire nearly fell over the fence.
It looks like he's kicked it. The umpire deceived us all by nearly falling over backwards.
What's he going to do?
It looks like it's going to be a bit of a conference between the 2 umpires here. Just the one behind.
Umpire's callers are behind.
Bit of theatre about it.
Yep.
Well, the field umpire can overrule the goal umpire. That is a rule.
So, a bit lucky there, Heathmont, to survive. But they're not out of danger yet, as they've got it deep in their own defensive 50. In the hands of Mullinger McHugh. Just thumps it down the ground over the head of one of his teammates here, and it's fallen for the Dockers, and they'll come back again. Marked there by Fogarty. Fogarty wheels onto the right foot and goes long, trying to find a target with Limback. He's not there this time. Went past Mitchener as well, and they'll get out of this. Van Leeuwen. Van Leeuwen's kick is a shocker. Absolute shocker.
I think he just went off the side of the boot.
Yeah, that's just a skill.
Now, what a call.
Umpire, that was just a total skill
It was just
error.
a mistake, wasn't it?
That. Yeah, well.
I was going to say.
No, what's he? No, is he? No,
he's reversed it.
It's a reversed
it's a boundary throw-in.
What is going on?
I think he just might have made the wrong signal or something.
I think so.
We've got to give them the benefit of the doubt. They're trying their best.
Well, let him off. Things have just got crazy since the rain came. There's a handball out. That might be holding the ball. The umpire said no. Looked like Brown might have dropped it, but lucky to get away with it.
It's almost like both sides are playing for free kicks at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, there's been a bit of that.
It's certainly become a very unstructured game, as I say, since the rain came up. They go, knocked down into the hands of Fogarty. Fogarty goes inside 50. Where's that going? Going to no one, and it's out of bounds in the right forward pocket.
Yeah, the ball was certainly going on a road to nowhere there, wasn't it?
Call it deliberate, umpire, I dare you.
Yeah, that's it.
So it's going to be yet another throw-in.
Can we start this half again?
I'd like a redo. So back into play there. Mitchener taps it down. It was well read, however, by Heathmont. Mullinger McHugh just gathers it at ground level, finds the handball out. Working in a phone box was Van Leeuwen, and he's just been taken over the line there by Batsanis. It was Nick Batsanis.
I've been really impressed, Ryan, with Templestowe's pressure on the ball carrier this afternoon.
Oh, it's been fantastic.
It's induced a lot of skill errors for Heathmont. There have been on-4 skill errors for Heathmont, to be fair. Harry Isaacs just wades through, and this is Van Leeuwen. His handball out into space, trying to find Evans, couldn't quite take it. So crashing through is Lee, just to split the indifference for Heathmont. It's come back for Quirk, however, and his kick finds a diving Malone. There's no one forward there for Heathmont until now, so he's going to have to lower the eyes a little bit. Oh, what a mark by Bailey Stevens. Courageous stuff there, running with the flight of the ball. That's exactly what Heathmont needs at this point.
He actually wasn't entitled to mark that ball there, Stevens, because there was 3 Templestowe players ready to swoop in and take the interception, but he committed to the contest.
It wasn't really near it too. He had to go a fair way to take the mark.
Liam Malone just set him a task. We'll go down to the boundary side in a second. We'll wait on this kick, however. It's going to be kicked from about centre-half forward here.
It's called a hospital kick.
Yeah, it was, but they're going to take it all the way to the banker, Heathmont. No, it's missed. And just the one behind there for the Jets.
I must say.
They really did.
You're right there, Paul. They did need a goal there.
Let's go boundary side with Dylan Smith.
Yeah, guys, I was just about to say thank God for Bailey Stevens for keeping them in this, but he's missed that one and, done a number on me, really.
Such an anti-climax, though, because it was one of the best pieces of play of the day. I mean, to run back with a flight like that. Particularly with 3 Templestowe players coming towards him, but he's let us all down. As Brown with the kick in for Templestowe, plus they needed the goal anyway, as Paul said. As the ball goes to ground over there on the far side, and it's very close to boundary line, still in though, and we'll have to have a ball up. Looks like a lolly scramble at a 5-year-old birthday party. There's people everywhere jumping on it. So throw it up again, the umpire. So the margin 29 points. It's very dangerous for Heathmont. They really need a couple of quick ones, really stating the obvious, but the umpire says we'll have a ball up.
3/4 time at Knox Gardens. Basin back in control, leading by 22 points.
Up it goes again. Here's the hit out, won by Giovannini, I think it was that time. And out towards the boundary line, little handball back inside to Ryan Burley. Ryan goes inside, finds a target in Tink. No good running back, just get on with it, mate. You can't muck around as the kick goes inside 50, looking for a target. But once again, getting in there first was Wooten, takes the intercept mark, and Templestowe will bring it out.
So Wooten tries to find Fogarty. Oh, it's play on. I thought that was a really good mark there by Fogarty, but he's been set up on now by Heathmont. Umpire gives him a bit of the benefit of the doubt in the tackle call.
That would have been an interesting call there, because both umpires were looking at each other and saying, what are you going to do?
So from this clearance, Campbell Evans was the target of the handball from Haynes. However, it's just been wrapped up once again, as I think it's Alex Brown who got in the way of that. So we're really ticking on towards three-quarter time. Margin McHugh went the fly, got the tap down. Haynes is there, but Ryan managed to find it. It's come back out now to Tink. He scoops it up at ground level. That was skillful. Bajramov is the target here. He's the one that needs to take the mark, but it's been well worked under the ball by McClellan. And McClellan's going to find safe hands in Goldsmith. As Templestowe, the defence has held on well. And there's the three-quarter time siren at H.E Parker. Templestowe 12-10-82 lead Heathmont 8-5-53 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Let's go once again to Besto for some of the major goal kickers.
Yeah, Dean Lambeck's got off the ropes a little bit in that quarter. He's up to 4 goals now. Nagel has 2, and all the rest are singles by my reckoning for Templestowe. And the only major goal kicker for the Heathmont Jets with 3 is Stevens, who's added his 3 goals to his 30 for this season, having a particularly good year. So it's a three-quarter time, and it's Templestowe who've really got on top. Now they lead 12-10-82 to 8-5-53. Heathmont with it all to do, and we'll come back and get the thoughts from the coaches and a little bit of reaction from that quarter after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Thanks for joining us this afternoon, wherever you may be, whether you're listening on 98.1 Radio Eastern or watching the stream across Facebook and YouTube. We are at H.E Parker Reserve this afternoon with a little bit of precipitation around us at the moment, but it's a dominant Templestowe side who have got on top, and they lead by 82-53 with a quarter to play. Let's just quickly get the thoughts of the guys. Brash, can you make a case for the Heathmont side to come back into this game?
Well, look, it's going to be hard yards for them. Brett, they probably need to probably the opening couple of goals, but they've got to try and find some momentum somewhere, and they just don't seem to be able to find it. It just seemed like to me that Templestowe just went up another gear and were able to move the ball into their inside 50 with a little bit more ease, and the experience of Limback really came to the fore in this in that third quarter, and basically has really set Heathmont a hard task here. I mean, mindful of the fact that Heathmont are a side that won't give up, and they've come from behind and won one contest this year, but I think they might have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew this afternoon.
Ryan, we've desperately tried to make a case for Heathmont, but Templestowe really got on top in that quarter, and really Heathmont, I mean, what would you do if you were the Heathmont coach? Is there anything you can move? Let's go to the boundary actually before Ryan speaks to us. Dylan?
Yeah, guys, I'm here with the coach of Templestowe, Anthony McGregor. Anthony, what did you think of that, the first three quarters of that game?
Oh, what a great game so far. Very good game. I just think we're just a little bit more physical at the contest at the minute and controlling the perimeter. I think that's where the game's sort of right in our favour at the moment, just the perimeter of the ground and getting some release football. I think that's the only difference at the moment. We've got two very, very hard-working teams.
Yeah, we spoke a little bit about your big body midfielders really getting on top. What do you think about that?
Oh, look. They don't stop working. Look, they're just like diesel engines. They just keep going, and we're still at a quarter to go.
Thanks, mate.
So thanks for the thoughts there of the Anthony McGregor, the Templestowe coach, as the ball comes out of the middle, and it's an early win for Heathmont. They need to win a few of those. Mullinger McHugh gets it forward, and that is going to be a ball up, I think, as the ball just hit the ground. Trying to claim the mark there, but nothing doing. Up it goes. Look at the big man just getting his way in there. Mitchell just like he's swatting flies out of the way, and we'll have another ball up.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's dominated the ruck this afternoon.
He has. Up it goes again. So the interesting thing will be to see whether there's any tactical moves. I've been calling for Ryan Burley to go in the middle for the last three quarters, and there he is right on cue. Out wide, slaps it forward. He's going to go and get his own footy, but he's been tackled on the ground there by Ferraro, and there's no chance of that coming out. And the umpire says we'll have another ball up.
In fact, one of our viewers decided that they'd put their two bobs worth in, and we like that. We like the input from our viewers, and we welcome their suggestions.
So it was Ryan Young to get it forward there from the clearance for the Jets, and a stray ball inside forward 50 ends up in Alex Brown's hands. He gets it out to Giovannini, and a good kick out wide. I think this is Melitsis. He nearly slips over on the play on there, but manages to recover his feet and get the ball over to Batsanis. So a bit of a build-up here for Templestowe. Their foot skills have been really good today, the Dockers. And so inside the corridor here, it was Fogarty to find it. And, at ground level, it was Giovannini. Passes it out to Mitchener. Spearing kick there towards Toby Ryan. He's got time and space to take a bounce, to run to the arc, to kick it over the head of Limback, over to the goal square. And it just fades towards the left. And the one behind to Templestowe to open the scoring for this quarter.
He had three options there, Ryan, and didn't lower his eyes.
Well, Limback again was running towards him. And you certainly, if you do go for goal, then you've got to sort of nail it. But
yes, you've got to own it. So yeah. Ryan Burley to bring it back in for Heathmont. Taking a bit of time as he tries to find someone to kick. So when he eventually goes out wide, he does well in the end. Probably a bit of fortunate, but it fell into the hands of Bajramov. I don't really think was expecting it, but he's done it right. Whoa. Kicks it in the middle of the ground, but
that was pinched.
It was stolen out of the hands there by Giovannini. And here they come again, Templestowe. Out wide they go. Good mark taken over there by Nagel. Kicked a couple of goals today, Nagel. He hasn't had a bad game. Just slowing it down.
Really good.
Yep, he has. So there's no real rush for Templestowe. It's Heathmont. They have to make all the play. Goes into the pocket, and the ball is out of bounds as Bajramov tried to get hands to it. He did get a little bit of a shove, but nothing doing, says the umpire, and we'll throw it in.
Bajramov playing much further up the ground there.
Indeed, so the umpire to throw it in again. Margin is 30. We've got plenty of time to go. Probably a good, well, pretty much all of this quarter bar 2 minutes. And it goes. Needs the head out, one by for Heathmont as the ball is on the ground. And we'll have another ball up. So a fair bit of...
no one.
Don't know if you can pick that up on the effects mic, but there's a bit of yelling coming from one of the dugouts as the ball is knocked out clear by Giovannini. And the umpire says we'll have another throw up, the ball up at least. So going to be a few of these in this last quarter, I think. Up it goes again. Here's Giovannini of the Calvary. Sorry, it's Ryan actually. As the ball goes into the middle of the ground, bounces past a couple of players there. There's Mitchiner trying to get to it first, but he's beaten to it well by Mullinger McHugh's opposite number. Now it's in the hands there of Mustafa, who gets it forward. Cut off well by Young, and he's an opportunity for, but a wayward hand pass, and they've turned it over again as Templestowe go forward.
Good mark.
That's a really good mark taken there by Warren. And Warren will chip it out wide and find a target in Nagel.
So Nagel looking for options. I want to say Young there, he made the handball backwards because he had no options up forward. There was nothing for him to kick to at all. So it was a good possession, but couldn't actually make the most of a great mark taken there by Ryan Giovannini. He's done that well. Safe hands. And once again, no rush for Templestowe. He could have gone the handoff there to Hardwick, decided not to, so he's just going to launch it towards the top of the goal square. It's Lim back there, but a good punch there, solid punch, but it's fallen for the hands of Fogarty. Hardwick was the option. He's swamped by Heathmont players and has just found himself at the bottom of a pack. And it's going to be a ball up inside Templestowe's forward 50, that 30-point margin for Templestowe holding firm. Evans thumps it down. It was Haynes who was just taken to ground. And a good tackle there. Laid once again by Templestowe. Let's go to the boundary line with Dylan Smith.
Yeah, just looking at the Heathmont midfield mix, still the same faces in there, so they haven't sort of done anything to mix it up. I think they'll have to make a change.
Yeah, it looks like there's been a little too much faith there put in the small bodies, and it was a quick kick inside forward 50. It was touched, so Harry Isaacs couldn't take the intercept mark. He took the possession, got it outside defensive 50, but it's going to come right back in through the kick of Goldsmith. Burley lays a good spoil there, but it's fallen front and centre to Fogarty. Bit of a floating ball, and it right on the line is Hancock, taking the relieving mark for the Jets. And it looks like it's going to be 25-metre penalty there because Batsanis just didn't get back to the 9.
He talked the umpire into that big time.
Quick update at Seabeck. 23 minutes gone in the fourth quarter. Roval by 14 points.
So Heathmont building here.
I don't think I've seen a 25 for ages.
Mark's been taken by Tink.
Yeah, they've gone by the way of the dinosaur.
And Young's just been buffeted off the ball there by the bigger-bodied Alex Young, who recovers the ball, gets a scrubbing kick there towards the boundary line. No real purpose to that kick.
Well, we got in the score centre, Ryan.
A couple other results. One Turner South back in front at three-quarter time. 10-7 to 7-8. A 17-point lead there. Mitcham 83 to 26. Bayswater have kicked 2 goals, 14. Won't win too many games kicking 2-14. Waverley by 28 points over Ringwood, so they've steadied as well.
Must be that blowing that howling gale towards the scoreboard at Mitcham again.
So the ball back into play, and well, in fact it was back into play for about a second because now it's out of bounds on the far side.
And just a few more. Coldstream in front by 11 points over Warrandyte in the three-quarter time there, and Fair Park hold a 6-point lead over Whitehorse.
Oh, God.
Could have the wood on the Pioneers there, Fair Park.
So umpire to throw it in. He's one out of the ruck for a moment. Ball on the ground. Trying to find his way out of there was Eyes. I said it was Eckert. Ball out towards the boundary, and it's going to go out of bounds again.
Next thing you know, Ryan will be telling me Ben Gillings kicked 4 goals, and that's why Fair Park are in front.
So I'm trying to throw it in. This game has got really untidy in this last term. A combination of maybe the score and the weather, as it's taken out of the ruck there by Malone. They get it into the centre of the ground, but it's going to fall for Templestowe, and here they come forward again. They kick inside 50 to no one in particular. Good spoiler coming in there by Isaacs, but the danger isn't over yet, and that'll be a ball up.
Well, that's the key thing though, Brett. There's 7 minutes gone in this quarter and there's been no goal. So Templestowe would be more than happy with that. You've just run off 7 minutes of Heathmont's chance of coming back into this game.
That's right, so up it goes again, won by Giovannini of the Carl variety, the Ryan variety out of the ruck. And this quarter is going to set a world record for the most ball-ups, I think.
And Nutter wanting back in front out at Hughes Park by 11 points over Croydon North.
Gee, I'm breathing a sigh of relief there.
And it's Schwarzer, not Schwarzer, it was Fogarty out of the clearance, but there's a free kick pulled instead. And so it's going to be Declan Brown to take the free kick.
Where's your 25?
So he looks... he looks wide over there to Haynes. Didn't take the mark, but got the ball anyway. Spearing ball down the line there. No mark taken there for Templestowe, so it's been roved by Militsis. JP Militsis finds a man back out into space. And now the kick was a bit pedestrian there for Templestowe, so Heathmont get the ball back on their terms. And it's O'Connor. Just a kick there towards the leading man. It's Mullinger McHugh. He's just a little too far from goal, however, and now Templestowe have flooded back.
Well, you may as well have a go, really.
Yeah, at this point in the match, I would say so, especially with such a loaded forward line. Well, he took too long there, and he was surrounded by Templestowe players. And is that going to be 25? It is. He didn't give the ball back correctly. He threw it back in anger, bounced out of the hands of Nagel.
Oh, that just adds insult to wound, doesn't it?
That is definitely not what the doctor ordered there for the Jets, and it's Ryan who received the running handball there. Back to Nagel. Nagel from the arc. Well, it's just a purposeless kick, really. It was swallowed up whole there by Hancock, and he's going to find Joel Burley. Kicks it out of defence there. Ryan Young to take the mark.
Both sides just seem to be wax lyrical in here.
Yeah, kicks it down the ground there to Bajramov. Ayan Bajramov playing further up the ground than perhaps they'd want him, but he needs to get into the game anyway, and with that kick he did. So mark's been taken in the pocket there. So this could be a shot at goal for Heathmont with nearly 10 minutes gone here in this final quarter. It's almost it's either the start of a comeback or just consolation goal territory. We'll see what it's going to be here for the Jets. It's going to fade across the face and just be the one behind there as Heathmont move now to 8-6-54. Templestowe 12-11-83 as we've ticked over 10 minutes in this final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Couple of results around the grounds. Vermont at three-quarter time, 9-12-66 lead Doncaster 4-5-29. Noble Park 37-point lead over Park Orchards, and East Ringwood 14 points leading Blackburn at three-quarter time.
Oh, interesting. I think there's a few people tipping Blackburn, I think I heard before the game. But anyway, as the ball comes out,
I did, Brett.
I thought you did. Mind you, it's not over yet, so we won't call it just yet. It's the little handball goes inside. They're just going nowhere, Heathmont. It's 4 or 5 handballs, and they're virtually in the same place as they were when they started. Little handball out towards the boundary. Dicking away there was Eckert. He's turned it over. Now Nagel comes forward. They just can't get anything going. Good spoil there. I think it was it Van Leeuwen just punched it away. No, it wasn't. It was Hancock. Good work from him. Now Heathmont have got it, but they need to get forward and they just need to go. They just need to put everything on the line now and just go with Haynes. Haynes goes out wide. In fact, that's over there is Isaacs.
Templestowe have effectively taken Haynes' run out of the contest in this second half too.
Up they go. The ball falls into the arms of, can't see that as it might be Young, I think. It's holding the ball.
I think it was Douglas.
Douglas, that's really harsh.
I don't know. I thought it was sort of there.
I didn't think there was a lot of prior there, but we'll beg to differ. Little chip out wide. So Templestowe back to what they were doing before, just slowing it down. Just running the clock away. We're 11.5 minutes gone. Time is running out. Kick forward by Wooten. Doesn't find anyone, and it's fallen for Heathmont, and here they come again. That's a terrible kick, though, and they've turned it over. Ryan has got it. That was an awful kick.
Ryan and Nagel have had that much of the ball this afternoon.
Yeah, but equally so, both of them have butchered it as well.
Yeah, at times, but they've both been good. Ryan gets his kick forward, bouncing for a teammate who gets a little chip out wide, marked over there by Warren it is. Warren's got plenty of space. There's no one within cooey of him over here on the side as he gets it down the line, trying to find a target, but it's well defended over there. Good work by McDonald, who's toiled hard all day for Heathmont, knocks it out of bounds. And we'll have a throw in. So any scores coming through, Ryan?
I will keep you updated. Baldwin 60-point lead over Berwick. Rowville look to be home, but I'm waiting for a final confirmation score.
Gee, that could come tomorrow morning.
Here we go. No, got it. They won't lead by. They won by 20 points over Norwood.
Eckert turned it over with the handball there to Ryan, and now Fogarty just goes for goal from the arc.
Ooh.
And he's just missed it to the left there.
You can hear it coming off
go to
the advertising boards as well.
Let's go to the boundary line with Dylan Smith.
Yeah, it just sort of feels like somebody sucked all the intensity out of the game at the moment. There's not really much happening. I think the next goal's really important.
So back into play here for Heathmont. Just goes straight down the corridor, and it might have been the right move, but it didn't come off at all as Militsis takes the relieving intercept mark for Templestowe. Just kicks it out wide now. That's Brown to take it. Kicks it down the line, and a good kick as well. So it's been marked, I believe, by Ferraro. So he's going to go inboard there. Goldsmith takes a really good mark under pressure. And he's within scoring range here for the Dockers. Ash Goldsmith, he's been solid all day. So this kick will come with 13.5 minutes gone into the final quarter. This to be a 36-point lead if he puts it through, Ash Goldsmith. And really will put the nail in the Heathmont coffin. He comes in. It looks like it started right. And it just slams its way into the woodwork. So 31-point lead now to the Dockers.
So Heathmont to bring it back in again. We've had Nully just ticking over 14 minutes gone on this last term. And it's going to be Burley. Puts it onto the boot, sends it long. Hits a target. Now they need to move quickly. Just taking a bit of time now. The sweeping handball off, finds a teammate in Eckert. Eckert's on the run, goes down the line, kicks to one-on-one, and it's off hands. Still in over there. Picked up by Watson, but he can't keep it in. And in fact, he's happy just to take it across the boundary line. And we'll have a boundary throw-in.
I think both sides are going to take a lot out of this contest when they sit down and do their review, because I think both sides have been exposed in deficiencies that they going to need to look at before they play some of the other sides as well.
Mitchener gets it forward, and a great mark by Eckert. He was running back with a flight, did really well.
And Heathmont will certainly be boosted when they do get 6 or 7 of their best 22 in the second half of the season.
That's right. So they go forward to about half forward, but it's been cut off over there, and here's a rebound now for opportunity for the Dockers. Brown goes out towards Ryan. Ryan's on the burst again. Puts it onto the left boot. Now, where's this one going to go? A big shove off the ball, but the danger's still there. Picking it up over there, trying to get a little kick in there with Schwarzer. And what's the decision here? The umpire's whistle has gone.
I think it's paying against Limbach.
Yeah.
He must have said something to the umpire.
He got shoved out of that. He stood up, gave the umpire a death stare, and must have said something. So back into the hands now of O'Connor for Heathmont.
I love you very much, umpire. Why didn't you give me the free kick?
I think he had a fairly strong case.
Do you think it would have been a robust discussion there?
I think it would have been some...
or some robust words.
Yeah, some interesting words shared there from Limbach.
Let's not repeat them because...
Luckily, we couldn't pick them up on the effects, Mike, as Mitchener just goes to the thump there from that ruck contest. It fell for the hands of Joel Burley, however, and he's going to throw it forward on the boot, that is. Trying to evade a couple of tackles there as O'Connor. He looks deflated as he just had to give the ball up there, as holding the ball was the umpire's call. So now it's going to be Ash Goldsmith to take the free kick.
Ooh.
And he kicked it out wide there. I think that's Mitchener taking the mark. It is. Templestowe once again on the slow play, and very happy to do that indeed, given the state of the game, as he passes it into Carl Giovannini.
Well, he set up the game early, Mitchener, with his dominance in the midfield in the opening half.
And Nagel takes the mark here. So Templestowe just finding their options. A kick to the contest there inside forward 50. And a tackle late on Ferraro will mean that this is going nowhere. In fact, that might be... There it is, Ferraro. Trust my instincts. And then back up. Tap down there for Templestowe, but it's going to be cleared here by Heathmont by the looks of it. Mullinger McHugh just takes a backward step back into a tackle who's just capsized him. And that is holding the ball. So Templestowe to send it back inside forward 50. This is Carl Giovannini. He actually doesn't go back inside forward 50. He goes wide there to the middle of the ground. Alex Brown was the one to take the mark. Is he going to put it down the throat of Grierson? Harrell was actually the target. Grierson couldn't handle the ball. Looks slightly annoyed with himself there as the
we haven't seen a goal this quarter, have we?
No goal.
Single goal. And Templestowe will love that as much as anyone would, really.
So, ball to get thrown back in. Ryan, you got any more scores over there?
I will double check for you. Haven't had any updates since.
Help us, mate.
Caught right in the hop there. It's right, mate. We'll come back to you in a minute. I'm just keeping you on your toes as the ball goes inbound. Taken there by, terrific mark, taken by Wooten. He's been pretty good for Templestowe as well. Goes in the middle of the ground. Little overlap run there, and off they go with Brown. Through hands. You can see how the ball certainly is a bit greasy now. Players starting to make a few skill errors. Now it's Tink. Tink goes out wide. Bajramov is on the chase against Mitchiner.
Oh, well done by the
just
big fella.
Mitchiner just swats him out of the way and puts it down the ground. He's Ryan again. Little handball over the top. Good work. Into the hands of Warren. And Warren goes forward inside 50. So plenty of players back there, though, and they'll struggle to get the mark, which they can't. And close to the boundary, and in fact, it's over and out.
11 inside 50s to 5 this quarter in favour of Templestowe. So they've certainly got it in control.
Tells a story. So 85 to 54 as the umpire gets set to throw it back in.
So in it goes. 31-point margin, holding firm for Templestowe on this clearance now. Mullinger McHugh did well to wade his way through traffic, get the handball out there, and Declan Brown just handled it well enough in the end to get it to Isaacs. He's working in real close quarters there, and a really good kick by him. It wasn't a mark taken by Haynes. He just runs straight into the tackler, tried to spin out of it, lost contact with the ball. Quirk is there to try and help out Van Leeuwen. It's just tumbled his way to him, and now a kick, a high ball out in the full. Heathmont.
I've got a score for you, Brett. Warrandyte 12-3, 75, trailed by 5 points. Coldstream 12-8, 80. So
going down to the wire.
Close one there.
Ferraro took the kick in there, and Ryan. Now we're out in the middle of the ground here as Templestowe went wide. Now they're going forward. Mustafa was the target of that kick. He's kicking a bit from goal here for the Dockers. Can they get the first goal of the quarter on the board? Mustafa just opened up the angle, closed the angle really. Got the kick towards the centre of the 50, and that's high against Schwarzer. Sorry, to Schwarzer. Limbach took the advantage, snapped a goal, and the umpire's happy enough to pay that. So that's the first goal of the quarter there, and it goes to Templestowe. And needless to say, nail in the Jets' coffin.
Yeah, that's all it. I think it was pretty much done. And did he put up the hand there for counting his goals? He put up his hand with the 5. I don't know if that was just a sort of a wave to someone, or if that was,
I think
hey, I'll kick 5 goals.
Maybe he was just looking for the high five. There was no one there to give it to.
He was waving to his admirers outside the ground there that might have been giving him a mouthful.
So ball back in the middle. Sting's really gone out of this one, 91 to 54. We're into time on at the end of the game.
Some more scores around the grounds. As we said, Roval defeated Nord by 20 points. Baldwin are going to defeat Berwick. Doncaster East hold a 16-point lead over the Dogs. And Noble Park look to be home over Park Orchards.
So we'll try and keep some more scores coming into this last quarter as Mitchiner wins it out of the ruck.
Oracle's heading for 6.
Going through there, trying to get it was hard work, but the ball is back inside 50, but it's off target, and it's going to go out of bounds in the forward pocket. So, just waiting for the umpire to... No one seems in much of a hurry, which is probably not too unsurprising.
Well, it's not like we're missing anything, is it?
Dark day for Lilydale at 3/4 time. They've got the 4 behinds to their name. Beaconsfield 8-5-53.
That's shocking.
Gee, the Oracle had them kicking 70 points.
The Oracle's officially been sacked as the ball comes in. And it's a snap at goal, and it's off target. And old mate over there with the green sweatshirt just about got his head knocked off. Yeah, he's got the hands up. Got to mark it, mate. So Betzana's just waiting for the ball to come back.
Just shows you how wrong a statistician can be.
So a little bit of byplay over there. Now it's Betsanis who finally puts it onto the boot. We bring the ball back into play, goes right across to the other side of the ground. Mark is taken.
15 minutes gone at Knox Reserve. The Basin lead by 35 points.
Brown hooks it forward, and what's happened here? There was a whistle, just a mark, I think. Yep. In the hands now of Goldsmith.
Tell you what, he's had a solid game this afternoon off the half-back line, Alex Brown.
So kick over the top finds Watson. Watson loses control of it. Gets it back, though, and gets it out to Warren. He's played pretty well as well. Chip inside finds Jessup. Plenty of players in that Templestowe side who you could probably give points to today, and they've turned it over on this occasion, and it's in the hands now of Heathmont.
So, Heathmont now, what they're going to do with it here? To kick over to a teammate there, and now he's found Hancock, just on the half-back line. And he's going to try and get to the wing. A bit of a 2-on-1 situation there. Oh, no mark taken there by Malone. And it's pouncing was McClellan. Good slap there from that. But it's fallen for Fogarty. He kicks it inside forward 50. Limback's got 2 to beat. The ball's just gone through for a behind, thanks to Harry Isaacs. So Heathmont to try and go as quickly as they can here. Although it seems all a little futile. Joel Burley kicks it in to brother Ryan, and now down the corridor. Mark taken by Ryan Young, who's worked hard all day, has Ryan Young. Hands it out back to Burley. That's Joel. Quirk was the target of that kick, and he's taken the mark with a lot of attention there from McClellan. So Caleb Quirk gets it towards the right forward flank there for Heathmont.
Hasn't had much of an influence on the contest this afternoon, Quirk. He's been well beaten, I feel.
He was all right in the first quarter, the opening 10 minutes, but fell away pretty quickly. So ball now in the hands of Wade Van Leeuwen. Kicks it towards the top of the goal square. Where are the Flyers? It was Mitchener, but it's fallen to ground level for O'Connor. No goal there from that snap. Ferraro takes it away. Burley's going to beat Vatsanis in that race. Hands it back now to Declan Brown. His kick goes forward, and the mark's been taken under a lot of pressure there. Bailey Stevens. And he's going to go back and try it to add to his 3-goal tally.
Forest Hill 46-point lead over Kilsyth, so they're going to be home, which is a big upset.
That is an upset.
Yeah. So Bailey Stevens, he's done well this year, of course. He's done well today as well. Kicked an excellent goal earlier. This probably won't be as spectacular, even if it is a 6-pointer. Is it home?
Got it.
Yeah, he's got it.
Well done, Bailey.
That was a good kick regardless. And that's his 4th goal, 34th for the season for Bailey Stevens. And consolation prize there for the Jets.
And might still walk away with the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. That was a contender early in that third quarter.
I think it was the best goal of the day.
Yeah, I think so too. And it's a very unlikely position for him to kick it in.
Any news, Ryan, on the Surrey Scoresby contest?
Last result, the last score update, Surrey Park led by 7 points.
Ooh.
So
closer than
expected.
expected.
Checking that one up.
Closer than expected.
Division 4 is looking more interesting just from this one day.
Well, it's certainly the Forest Hill result is a bit shocking. I didn't see that one coming.
No one did. Fogarty gets it forward on the boot. Trying to get a target over there in Nagel, but it goes past him and it's close to boundary line, and over she goes.
I was a bit worried there that until Nunawading was parity restored when they hit the front again.
In front by 11.
Yeah, bit worried there.
So nice to see Division 4 evening out, because it's been a bit of a dead contest for much of the season, but some interesting results today as the ball is thrown in. Might have been Giovanni who got the tap and the ball goes out of bounds.
Considering Nunawading had some good form leading into that game, they probably deserved to win that contest.
Indeed. 26.5 minutes gone. Come on, Brash, you're the expert. How long to play in this quarter?
About another minute and a half.
Not enough goals scored in this for it to be a half an hour.
No,
quarter.
it wasn't. What, have we had 1 goal? 2?
We've had 2, I think.
2. Yeah, we had the second one, didn't we? So the ball comes out. The siren will be a bit of a noose. Oh, another player slips over there. And
there it is.
Right on cue there is the siren. And it's a very good win for Templestowe. They've done the job out here at H.E Parker Reserve here at the hangar this afternoon. 13 goals, 14.92, and they've defeated the home side 9-6-60. Here's Jared with the major goal kickers.
So for Templestowe, Dean Limback, 5 goals. That's an impressive haul there to add to his 7 goals from last game. He's looking very dangerous up there in the forward line. Matty Nagel, the only other major goal kicker for Templestowe with 2. And of course Bailey Stevens, we could have predicted this, the main goal kicker for Heathmont with 4. And then Mullinger McHugh, the only other one with multiple goals for Heathmont. 2 in that second quarter.
Yeah, I thought it was a good contest for probably 2.5 quarters. It started once Templestowe hit that front by that 5-goal margin late in the third quarter. I think the Fizz sort of sort of it got sucked out of the game certainly in the last quarter with just the 2 goals kicked for either side. But it really impressive from Templestowe, especially when they did get going. That midfield depth is so strong and moved the ball really well as we go boundary side with Blake Tennant.
Just got the star of the show here, Dean Limbach. Welcome back to the club, mate. Last couple of weeks, I think you kicked a combined of about 16 goals, so you must be pretty proud about that.
Yeah, I'm very happy to kick a few goals and get a few wins and at a new great footy club, so no complaints from me. So.
Yeah, talk about it. You must be really happy with yourselves that you got a lot of forwards and definitely a lot of midfield to help you out. Do you enjoy being the vocal point of the team, or do you feel like someone else should do the work, or do you feel like you could?
I've probably been the vocal point for 15 odd years, so yeah, I kind of enjoy it and a bit of pressure on me, but I'm 36 now, so I'm just trying to finish off on a good note at a good footy club and try to reach 1,000 goals. So, yeah.
Talk about it, Templestowe, coming into the season, high expectations, of course, with the recent signings that you've got. How do you feel the team is tracking at the moment with this massive win on the scoreboard, as we can tell? What's the momentum? Do you feel like you can build momentum heading into each and every week to try and put on a civilised performance?
Yeah, 100%. Heathmont were, I think, second on the ladder and we were fourth. We got pumped here last year, so we really had the aim of coming out today and making a statement to say that we're going to be right up there, ready to go for finals and keep going, pushing all the way.
What do you think of it? How did Daddy go today?
Pretty good. 5 goals.
All right, back to you guys.
Thanks, Seb.
Sounds like the young Blake expects a lot more.
just quickly on Blake. Blake, your math there. 7 + 5 does not equal 16, but but he has been.
Pythagoras.
He's certainly been impressive.
He's better with kids than he is with maths.
Yes, he's absolutely right. But a big win, obviously, from Templestowe. And we'll hopefully hear the song as they go down to the rooms and. A lot of good contributors in that side, and when we get to the votes a bit later, it'll be hard to pick out your 3 because I could fit 6 or 7 of their players in today. I thought they were really good.
That's true, and that's often the case with a side like this. I mean, there'll be a couple of standout performers, but in terms of probably maybe the one vote, it could probably go to probably half a dozen players.
Yeah.
But terrific win by Templestowe today. They sort of had the wood on you, and you felt most of the day. I mean, Heathmont sort of hung around that sort of 10-point margin, but you always sort of felt that they were sort of a step ahead all day, and then in the end they just kicked away in that last quarter with some very good performances right across the ground, and bodes well for them going forward.
Yeah, I think you're right, Brett. I mean, because I think, Heathmont, I'll give them their due. They could have easily folded, but they came back 3 times, right, to try and make the contest, to try and get back into the contest. So it wasn't from a lack of endeavour, but it was just a class of Templestowe in that 10-minute period that we talked about in that third quarter. That was enough to put the result beyond doubt.
Let's hear the song if we can.
Sorry, guys. Boundary.
All right, get that song going, Blakey.
Great song, isn't it?
It's fantastic.
I can't remember the Templestowe song, and we even heard it all as well, which is often not the case when they're down in
Reminds
the...
me of another song, Brett.
Sorry?
Reminds me of another song. The Road to Gunda Guy.
Yeah. I remember my uncle telling me that was Heatherdale's old song when when Heatherdale used to exist as a club.
You're right.
We've got tons of time, so hopefully we might get another couple of interviews, but we'll also use this time to try and get some more scores. Ryan, what have you got?
We've got a final score out at Forest Hill, 18-3, 111 defeated Kilsyth, 9-13-67. So incredibly accurate.
Where did that come from, that result?
I don't know. I mean, Kilsyth are coming off the bye. They played. No, they had a bye 2 weeks ago. So, yeah, a bit of a surprise there. Kilsyth have been pretty much the benchmark with Surrey Park, and that's a big win.
Churnside the week before Kilsyth.
Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head. A couple more final results. The Basin have defeated Knox 13-14, 92-7-9-51. I think Knox only managed 2 behinds after half-time.
Yeah, we said
after
40
leading
points, didn't we?
Yeah, so
Knox
unfortunately...
were sort of going right early, weren't
yeah, they were leading
they
early,
away,
and then obviously, 2 behinds in the second half. Weren't able to get the game going their way. East Burwood, big winners, 19-14, 128 to Upper Ferntree Gully, 6-9-45.
Par.
If you just jumped in Division 1, Roeville defeated Norwood by 20 points as we go boundary side because the boys have got Bo Mitchener down there.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Bo Mitchener, the Saturday Star. Bo, how was that one today? You pretty much dominated in the ruck, really.
It was a good win. We knew it was such a big game coming in, like we hadn't beaten any of the top 4 sides yet, so it was good to get one on the board today and really just show to the competition that we can match it with the best.
Yeah, you're new over at Templestowe. How's it been sort of fitting into the new club?
Yeah, good. Like, it's tough learning all the names and stuff, but they accepted me really well. Like, they're all a good bunch of blokes, and yeah, it's good to be winning again. Haven't won a few games in Lewdell for a few years, but it's been good.
What was the focus for you guys today coming in, and with it being such a big clash and like a top 4 clash? What did you, what did you talk about before the game?
I think the big emphasis was just like try and stop their short kick because they cut sides up. They're very skillful. Try and cut sides up. We just sort of held that today and held on the last quarter, and yeah, just tried to have a statement win, and we did. It was good.
Yeah, nice. I might head upstairs to the guys. Any questions from up there?
Yeah. G'day, Bo. It's Brash here, mate. How are you?
A bit knackered.
Yeah, I can imagine. Listen, mate, you've sort of reinvented yourself over the last couple of years. You've not only changed clubs in football, but also in cricket. Has that rejuvenated your sporting life in the eastern suburbs?
Playing 4th division cricket at Listerfield, yeah, it's really got me back
I thought you were playing at an even higher level now, mate.
Nah, not me. Not me. I haven't done that for a while. Sort of chose footy and stuck with footy.
Yes, and look, it's probably good that coming across from playing at Lilydale and then bringing all that experience and that knowledge has really sort of helped bring Templestowe along this season, hasn't it?
Oh, 100%. Like, as you see out there, like we had the mids. They had the mids last year. They had the players. Like, and we just had young ruckman last year, like you said, Bailey Watson, Ryan playing. With my experience coming across, it really helps us. And you see, when we get first use out of the mids most weeks, we try to at least. It really helps when they get on the end of it.
It's an absolute luxury when you've got a spearhead that knows how to only get the ball 6 times and kick 5 goals, 1, isn't it?
Yeah, but what's that? 13 touches, 11 goals in 2 weeks. That's not bad. But no, it's a handy in-season inclusion. But obviously, yeah, what happened was no good. But no, it's good to get him in for the middle of the year.
Yeah, so Jared here. I completely lost my question.
Sorry, just on your midfield, Bo, and congratulations on the win. It was really impressive. But who for you sort of stood out for you? Some of the guys that you were working with in the midfield today. I thought Nagel was really good. Ryan certainly got plenty of the footy. Who really impressed?
Sort of the 2 in and under most weeks. Get a bit of praise, but like your Carl Giovannini and like Fogarty and stuff like that, they're the household names. But Carl's the one that's really, while he's playing Blackburn 2s and dominating there, he walked in 4 weeks before the season and has been in the best 9 times out of 9, so can't complain.
Yeah, congratulations, of course, on the win. Anthony McGregor, he's been a heavy success for Templestowe. I really like the way that he spoke earlier today when he came up for the interview. What's your relationship with him? How's he helped you along and integrate you into the club?
No, really good. Max a great. I think the one, like, you can be a coach and you can be a mate. He's really gelled that one, like, together, keeping the boundaries of mate and thing. But no, he's a really great mentor. Like, he gives a license to everyone to take your kicks on. I haven't hit a kick in 6 weeks, so he still hasn't lost it at me. But he gives everyone a license and just says, have fun, play footy, and we'll see where we go.
Bo, you had a couple of good wins in the last 2 weeks, but they were both for probably opponents who were below you on the ladder. So whilst they were good wins, it's nice to come up against a side that are a contender at the moment and get that win today. So, I mean, you've put 3 wins together, but today's easily the most impressive.
Oh, 100%. As I said pre-game, that was the thing. Like they're still good sides, those bottom 4, bottom 5 sides, but like we needed a big skull, And today I think we showed that we can mix it with the best and hopefully keep going with it.
What's a guy like Nick Batsana brought to the club as well? I mean, he's come from that higher level. He's a super player. He was good today, but probably not the best player. But he was, But just you can see his you can just see his experience. He must be a really good, particularly for the younger guys.
Yeah, 100%. Like as you probably know, I've played against him when he was at Donny East for 4 or 5 years, and he'd always kill us. But he just brings experience. Like he'll have me saying, while he may have lost a step, but you just see smarts around the ground. He doesn't need it 30 times anymore. He can have it 20 times and be really damaging. Just really smart.
I think that's it, gents.
Oh, well, Bo,
I think we're done.
Bo, you've had a fantastic game today, mate. Look, great. It's a great fill-up for Templestowe. It sets you up brilliantly for the second half of the season. These away wins are worth gold, and especially coming home in that second half of the season. If you can beat these sides, you're probably heading for a top 2 finish.
That's the goal. Top 2, top 4, anywhere in finals. I think any of those sides can win it at the moment.
Well, thanks very much for joining us this afternoon, mate. Congratulations, and good luck to Templestowe, and enjoy your week off.
Cheers, lads. I'll need it.
There you have it. One of the most affable and coachable players of the competition, Bo Mitchener.
Yeah, been absolutely fantastic for the club coming in. And as we said, to have a really strong midfield last year and to add that last piece to the puzzle, I think, is fantastic. And he speaks really well and a really good guy to chat to. We were probably a little unorganised. Sorry, Jad, I pointed to you.
No, that's okay. I should write these questions down when I think of them.
Look, at the other day, you don't give. Bo's paid his dues, right? He played at Lilydale with very little success and basically had to carry the can, in the ruck division for many years.
Yep.
So
you can't blame the man for searching for success.
and the fact is, he deserves all the accolades that he gets when he plays
100%,
well.
Yeah, he reminds me a bit of. I was talking to, I think it was Jared before the game, and I said he reminds me a bit of Riley Monkhurst. Like he's not athletic. He's not one of those big jumpers, but he just stands there and uses his body, and he's like a colossus, isn't he?
I think I think they've got a very good mix, Templestowe, and adding Dean Lim back to that lineup, like I said, he doesn't need many kicks to absolutely destroy you, right? That's just a luxury that, as Dean said, he's 36 years of age, but he still knows how to kick goals.
Yeah, it's all up there. It's all above the shoulders for him, no doubt, and like muscle memory and being able to, just have that experience and know exactly where to run and what's needed, and it speaks to his experience, no doubt. And he did really well today.
When you look at Heathmont, look, it was a disappointing day for him, but I actually think it's a game that they're going to take a lot out of when they review it, because I think sometimes you've got to have a loss to actually, the scribes say you've got to have a loss to learn. You learn more from a loss than what you do a win. But I think this one, Jared, will really... It won't sting for Heathmont, but I think it'll just give them a nice little reality check that maybe not all the bells and whistles were correct leading into this game, and that there's still some things that they need to tinker with.
All right, boys, we're just going to take a quick break. We are on the post-game show. If you have just joined us, you've missed an interesting clash up this afternoon, but Templestowe too good for Heathmont, and we'll come back and continue our analysis and maybe get another interview or two, and also some votes coming up after the break.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the H.E Parker Reserve. It is a post-game show as we wind things down after a pretty interesting clash out here this afternoon, where Templestowe just proved a bit too good for Heathmont in the big top 4 clash. Going into this one, it was Heathmont third and Templestowe fourth, but it's been the fourth placed Templestowe side who have just got home in the end. Guys, I think it was probably a good time to start doing some votes and also some awards for today. Goal of the day?
Bailey Stevens.
Bailey Stevens for me. Yeah, I thought that was probably the number 1 contender. Yeah, happy with that.
Bailey Stevens, all right. So Bailey wins the. What's the award, Ryan? Sorry.
The Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day.
Oh, it is
so
too. How can I forget?
a voucher for, I believe, the Coles-Meyer group.
It's been a long day. Sorry. And other awards.
And our Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day. So our 3-1 votes.
Right.
I don't know who wants to kick us off if we're prepared.
Yep.
Brash.
So someone keep tally because I'm not.
All right. I'm going to give 3 votes. Obviously, I think Bo Mitchener was the best player on the ground. He set the game up in the first half with his ruck work. The midfield had a feast, being able to nullify his ruck work. It may not have gone to the players directly, but they still benefited from the positioning of the work and just around the ground.
Yep.
Seemed he was the general. 2 votes. I'm going to give it to Toby Ryan. I thought that I thought throughout the contest he just seemed to be everywhere.
Had a great game.
And he's one of those players, those ex-Baldwin players that have left the club, but seems to have flourished at a new club and when he and now that he's getting regular game time, we're starting to see the best of Toby Ryan. And 1 vote. Well, look, you when a bloke gets 6 kicks and he kicks 5 goals, you can't deny him a vote, can you?
Imagine if he got 15 or 16 possessions, he could have a real
I remember one year Matty Gregg kicked 11 in a game and Banners didn't even give him a vote. But I'm giving Lim back my 1. But apologies to Ryan Young because I thought he was probably Heathmont's best player.
Yep.
I thought he was good.
Add my 2 cents real quickly. I gave 3 votes to Michael Fogarty. I thought he epitomised that bigger-bodied midfield that Templestowe brought to the table today, and that's essentially sort of what started the ball rolling for Templestowe, and what winning it out of the middle. It's always the most important thing, and giving him use of that was, of course, my 2 votes. Mitchener. Probably don't need to say too much more than Brash did, and my 1 vote, I had to give it to a Heathmont player. I went to Ryan Young. He was the one player throughout the day who consistently found the ball and consistently used it well. Yeah, he was composed. He was able to keep Heathmont afloat through some of those transitions, which some other players might have otherwise turned the ball over.
Our media manager, Ryan Long, who's been busy in the score centre all day, and some special comments as well. How did you see it, mate?
Yeah, pretty similar. I'm going to go 1 for Giovannini. I thought he was fantastic. Just finds so much of the ball, and he's pretty much, I don't know his average, but it's got to be over 30 this season. He's been really strong for them. For Carl, sorry. Sorry, I forgot to be specific there. 2, I'm going to give to Toby Ryan. Thought he was fantastic all afternoon. And then 3, Bo Mitchener. Just based off the first half, I think when the game was on the line, he really did set it up with his use of the body in the middle of the ground and around the grounds as well. So they're my 3, Paul.
Yeah, I'm going to give my 1 vote to... Oh, thank you. I'm going to give... I'm going to give my...
Broadcasting 101, Michael. I'm
going to give my 1 vote to Bailey Stevens. I thought, he never gave up for Heathmont. 2 votes to Fogarty, who really battled hard in the midfield all day, and 3 votes to Bo Mitchener. So
we had a debutant with us today, and he did a super job too down on the boundary. Dylan Stevens. Dylan, great job.
Dylan Smith.
What did I say?
Bailey Stevens, almost.
Sorry.
Dylan Stevens.
Sorry, I'm getting tired. Dylan Smith, who did a fantastic job today down on the boundary, mate. How did you see it?
Thanks, mate. So my first thought was to go for those midfielders, but it was probably Mitchener that really set them up. So I've given 3 votes to Bo Mitchener, gave him first use all the time. I've given 2 to Bailey Stevens, just thought he sort of gave them some spark, and he was pretty good, kept them in it at times. And I gave 1 vote to Batsanis, who I thought was pretty busy on the half-forward line there.
Yeah.
All right.
Blake Tennant as well, if he's there.
Yes, I think I've got to give 3 votes. I think you got to go to the big fella at the front, Dean Limbach. I think you got to go 3 to him, 2 to Mitchener, and I think you got to go Fogarty 1 vote. So,
gosh, there's been quite a cross section. My co-commentator today, Jared Beanland. How did you see it, mate?
I've already given
mine.
3 to Fogarty, 2 to Mitchener, 1 to Young.
It's just me.
It's you.
You haven't given yet.
I haven't given one yet. Sorry. So 1 vote I gave to Dean Lindback. Obviously, his performance in that third quarter, where he kicked the 3 goals. He had 5 in total, but the 3 goals in the third quarter really killed the game off. 2 votes I gave to Toby Ryan. I thought he was fantastic. Yeah, I mean, he stands out a bit, I guess, because he's sort of short in stature, and he's got that bald head. Not that I can talk. And he was just buzzing around all day, and he did so much work in that midfield. And 3 votes, I don't know, but Bo Mitchener, you couldn't go past him today. He was really dominant, and I thought he was the best player on the ground.
Yeah, look, it's like I said, it's Bo Mitchener is going to be the winner of our
Sportsco Eastland, Player of the Day.
Player of the Day.
Good to get a voucher on there. If you're around Eastland this weekend, head into Sportsco Eastland because it's 40% off everything. So,
is it?
Yeah, go there. It's still open, I think, Besto, if you're keen on staying out. I know you've got to get back home, but...
Got to get home for the grandkids, yeah.
Yeah, so there's 40% off store-wide everything, I believe.
Before you go, Ryan, have we got
we'll
any
get
more
some
scores?
more scores around the grounds. Going back over a few, if you've missed out, Roval defeated Norwood by 20 points. Baldwin were big winners over Berwick. Doncaster East had a 21-point lead over South Croydon in the last quarter. I haven't found out if that's confirmed final score.
That'll be a really important win for them because they've been a bit shaky
back on
in the
track.
last,
pulling out a bit of a nosedive there.
Yeah. And with some of those sides above South Croydon getting another win, that makes it just that bit harder now, Ryan.
Yeah, certainly right. A final score out at East Ringwood, 13 goals, 9. The Roos defeated Blackburn 10-12, 72. So a close win there, which is good for the Roos, and still a pretty impressive performance from Blackburn, showing that they are going to be a contender this year.
Yep.
Vermont were challenged by Doncaster, but 38-point winners over the Sharks, and that one at Trams Reserve.
How many wins is that in a row for Vermont, Brash? That's 5, is it? Yeah, they've really come back into it.
Yeah, they 5 in a row. That's a bit hard to believe after what we saw against East Ringwood.
We've pretty much all written them off.
Yeah, all started with that Robbie Ross's 200th against Baldwin.
Yeah, they've gone on a bit of a run. South Belgrave defeated Croydon. Beaconsfield. I want a final score here because I've got here 10-9, 69-055. I hope Lilydale were able to kick goals in the last quarter. Bayswater made the score somewhat respectable. 5 goals, 20. 5-20-50 to Mitcham 15-12, 102, but they were pretty much belted right from the start. Wanturna South was 17 points up over North Ringwood. I will chase that over in the last couple minutes to see if that's if they were able to keep the lead in the last quarter. So we mentioned before, Eastfield, very comfortable win over Upper Ferntree Gully. Knox, unfortunately, falling short by about 40 points over the Basin with a big second half for the Bears. Interesting one at the Waverley Blues, 10-11-71 to Ringwood 7-14-56. I believe that's final, but we'll double check that one. Ringwood fought back in the last quarter. Baronia winners over Mulgrave 106-41. Jump into Division 3 now, waiting for a final score at Fair Park. They were 6 points in front of Whitehorse. Domvale very easily over Oakley District, 107-35. Ferntree Cully were able to get over the line over Sylvan, got away late there, 18 points. And Warrandyte, I believe this is final. Again, I'll double check, but 14-6-90. Coldstream 13-10-88. So
wow,
that was pretty close all afternoon. In Division 4, Surrey Park got the job done over Scoresby late in that game.
I reckon they need
by
to,
20 points.
I reckon they need to put in an intensive care ward there at Warrandyte for the amount of
close.
for the
Close,
amount of
yeah.
close
Well, it's already the
finishes
blood
they've
bank,
had
so
Close ones there. Nuttawanning, I believe, 11-point winners over Croydon North, and Forest Hill got the job done over Kilsyth. I'll let you guys keep talking. I'll try and confirm some of these scores.
That's probably the biggest. Probably the biggest upset, I think, in all the divisions is Forest Hill beating Kilsyth.
Oh, 100%.
today.
It's come from nowhere. I mean, they've been good over the years, but they, in recent times, are obviously rebuilding a wee bit, and they haven't had a great year. That's a big win for them. And the other one that was sort of interesting for a while was that Surrey Park game, because it looked like they were going to get rolled, but they got up at the end.
And Fair Park confirmed winners by 13 points. So that's a big win there for the Lions.
Wow.
And if the Warrandyte one is confirmed, they'll leave Coldstream on the bottom with 2 wins.
Wow.
just when I said Whitehorse were more likely to win the premiership than Sylvan.
They continue to...
They flatter to deceive, don't they?
Yeah, they tease and tantalise your Whitehorse.
Yeah, it's odd. And I really thought that Division 4 was kind of set up in terms of, except for the Kilsyth versus
Throws
Surrey
it out
Park,
now a little bit.
match up. I thought most games you could really pick with quite a lot of confidence. But,
well, that's good, though, because
it's great.
It has been a very much a bit of a flat division.
I think
and suddenly it's burst into life on the back of today's results.
I think in all seriousness now, we could probably safely assume that I reckon the top 4 in 4th Division is done.
Yeah, that's locked up.
Yeah.
Churnside just haven't been good enough this year, and they're too far behind.
They'll be disappointed because there was big raps on them in the early part of the season and probably pre-season. Big things were expected, and they just have not, as you say, they just haven't performed.
Yeah.
All right, boys, time to start wrapping up out here at H.E Parker Reserve. Really interesting game this afternoon, but in the end, Templestowe just a wee bit too good. So time to start going around and doing the thank yous. First of all, we start off with Paul Uconi, who's done a great job, as always, in the Stats Centre. As I go on, it is one of the hardest jobs because you have to keep your eye on everything. Ryan Long, our media manager, has been keeping an eye on the scores for us today and keeping us all in check. He's only had to get the whip out a couple of times today, which has been good.
Yeah, so just chasing this last cut. Oh, okay, no, keep going. I haven't got it.
All right. Dylan Smith, who made his boundary debut today. Well done to you, mate. Great job. Blake Tennant, Bosey's brother. Geez, I'm having a good day with the names, aren't I? Blake Tennant, who's was back with us. He's missed a couple of weeks, but good to have you back today, mate. Brash, of course, the doyen of all things EFNL. He's been watching this division or this competition for many, many years, and he knows more than we've all forgotten. And of course, he did another fantastic job today. And my co-commentator today, I love calling with this bloke, Jared Beanland. Mate, well done.
Thanks, mate. You
too.
too.
Great call today. And to everyone that's listened to us today, or you've watched us on the stream, wherever you may be, thanks so much for your time. Any last-minute scores, Ryan, or has he left?
He's gone.
He's gone.
He's gone.
He's flying the queue. Thanks so much for your company today. We look forward to seeing you again next week for more EFNL footy and the Eastland Match of the Day next Saturday afternoon. Have a great week ahead.